as it relates to the original development of the hotel back in the 1990s, as well as the subsequent conversion of a portion of that hotel into a restaurant. This has ultimately presented a challenge for any unit owners who were wanting to change the use of their units, as this would trigger additional parking requirements. So back in January, a zoning amendment was initiated by the board as a means of attempting to address these parking issues. With that being said, the proposed amendments are to change the zoning of the property under the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw from Apex Mountain Village to Apex Mountain Village site-specific, with a site-specific provision being that despite the on-site parking requirements as outlined in the zoning bylaw, the required number of parking spaces for administrative and institutional, commercial, and residential uses shall be 0 for this particular property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. I will declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. Looking around the room, not seeing any hands. Adam, am I missing any hands online? I don't see anybody raising their hand. I'll ask for a second time. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Again, for a third and final time, is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Not seeing any hands. I will hereby declare the public hearing closed at 9:05. Thank you, everybody, for your patience with that. We can move straight into the Planning and Development Committee meeting. So I will go to Director Knodel to chair this one. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, everyone, to the Thursday, May 9, 2024 Planning and Development Committee meeting, looking for a motion to accept the agenda.
We're not hearing you, Director Knodel. Adam's looking here. I hope to see anything that
I'm unmuted, so.
I can hear you, Rick. I think it's just them in the boardroom.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't hear them until into the presentation either, so.
hearing a little bit.
Testing, testing.
We can hear you just slightly.
That's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
No comment.
It seems to be better now. Try it again.
Outstanding. Okay, welcome everyone to the Thursday, May 9, 2024 Planning and Development Committee meeting. Looking for a motion to accept the agenda. So moved, seconded, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll move right along. Item B, Okanagan Basin Water Board Draft Sewage Facility Assistant Grant Terms of Reference. CAO Zaffino, please, would you enlighten us?
Thank you. So the purpose of this report is to provide the board with options regarding proposed changes to the Okanagan Basin Water Board review of the Sewage Facility Assistant Grant Program. There is a huge, large recommendation that is attached to the May 9th, 2024 report. Staff is here to answer any questions. I won't bore you with reading the whole recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff? Aren't we a lively group today? Anyone caring to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Move, Director Pendergraft. I assume you're moving the administrative recommendation?
Correct.
Seconded. I can't see the hand, but I believe it's Mayor Johansson. Any discussion on the motion? Director McCordock, please.
Thank you very much. I'm concerned that we are asking the Okanagan Basin Water Board to do something that is not within their mandate to do. And that this is what they're doing is and they've sent us that letter in the email, to say that they're doing what the government has prescribed and they're following that. And I'm concerned about going ahead with this when it's not what the Okanagan Basin Water Board feels is the correct way to go. So I could not vote for this. Thanks.
Thank you, Director McCordoff. Any other, Director Johansson, please?
Thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll direct this to Director McCordoff, who is part of the OBWB. I've heard that before, where OBWB has said we're hindered by the policy. It's a provincial policy, and this is the rules that we have to follow. And if that's the case, I'm just wondering what the OBWB's position is on that policy. Do they agree with it, or do they not agree with it? I would say from the town of Oliver, I know that we don't agree with it, and I know there's a number of people around the table that don't agree with it, but I'm really wondering what the OBWB's position on that policy is.
I'm not sure whether Director McCordoff can answer that or not. Would you care to give it a whirl, Director McCordoff?
Thank you. I am no longer the chair, but I will speak to it because I don't see the others in the room. There is a letter included in this package today from OBWB. We have looked at it and talked about it many, many times at the board table, and we all we're saying really from OBWB is that if you are going to if you're going to go against the rule, then you are not eligible for grants. That's the only thing. There are communities that are doing that, and guess what? They cannot get the grants for various things. I think that James Litley, who has provided information, and Anna Warwick-Sears, both of them have spoken to us here, I think they've made it very clear that OBWB is not in favor of adjusting this rule at this point. They have talked to the government, the province, they've looked at things, they think that this is too soon, and I just, from the point of view of OBWB, I would agree with them, and I would not be in favor of this.
Thank you, Director McCordoff. Any other questions or comments? Director Taylor, please.
So what happens if we go ahead with this? We're asking OBWB to amend their grant terms of reference. If, as Director McCordoff says, they feel they can't, they'll come back to us and say we can't. I mean, that's no harm done. Is there anything worse than that could happen?
CAO Zafino, would you care to field that one if you could?
Biggest risk that I see here would be that we wouldn't be getting grants anymore.
But that's only if they, sorry, may I comment?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
But that, we're not, would they necessarily amend their grant terms of reference if they weren't able to? They wouldn't. So, yeah, sorry, I know we're not supposed to be in discussion here, but.
CAO Zafino, please.
From what I understand, this is a provincial requirement, and that they pretty well, if they say jump, they would have to say how high, similar to what we would do. And if we don't go with this, again, the risk is losing those grants. And those grants we rely on.
Thank you, sir. Director Federico, please.
Thank you, through the chair. So I did talk with Dr. Sears about this last week at SOGA and also in the past. And so she's previously mentioned that if we have a liquid waste management plan and we have in there outlined the density, that there may be some flexibility in that ruling. She is encouraging the liquid waste management plan for communities. And I think one of the biggest things in there is going to be, because one of her questions was, well, who's going to monitor this? So if we can outline through those plans what would happen, there may be flexibility on the OBW's part to see where we can go with that rule.
Thank you, Director Trigo. Any other questions? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, are we not just providing feedback at this moment, or are we actually voting to take a stance? CAO Zafino, please.
So at this time, OBWB has prepared a draft terms of reference, and they have asked that municipalities submit feedback by May 17th. So the resolution in front of you today is just a decision on which items the board wishes to include in its feedback to OBWB.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions at this point? I'm not seeing any. Am I missing anyone? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Director McCordoff? Not seeing any other opposed. Motion carries. Moving forward. Item C, small scale housing implementation, the extension request. CAO Zafino, please.
Thank you, sir. The purpose of this report is to provide options to the board in relation to the extension option that the province has introduced in relation to the implementation of small-scale multi-unit housing requirements under the Local Government Act. And the administrative recommendation is that the application to request an extension to the Small-Scale Multi-Housing Requirement Act be submitted to the Minister of Housing in relation to the lands comprised within the Falder Water System Service area, and that the Electoral Area D Official Community Plan Bylaw 2603, 2013, and Okanagan Valley Zoning Bylaw 2800, 2022 be amended in order to reduce permitted residential densities within the area served by the Vintage Views wastewater system. Staff's here to answer your questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff? Not exactly a lively group here today.
There is a presentation.
Oh, thank you, sir. We carry on with the presentation then. I'm not sure who's presenting.
Shannon.
Shannon Byong, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm sure you all have heard this a lot of times at this point, but just to give a bit of background again, on November 30th, 2023, the provincial legislature adopted a suite of amendments to the Local Government Act as it relates to the provision of small-scale multi-unit housing in areas which were traditionally limited to single-family dwellings and duplexes. As part of these amendments, local governments are required to approve a zoning bylaw or multiple zoning bylaws, which are in compliance with the new requirements relating to small-scale multi-unit housing by June 30th, 2024. As part of these amendments, there were transitionary provisions, which include providing the Minister of Housing the ability and the authority to grant a local government one or more extensions to the small-scale multi-unit housing requirements compliance deadline if they are satisfied that the local government is unable to meet that previously mentioned June 30th, 2024 deadline due to one or more of the specified criteria under the Act. And these criteria include circumstances where the local government is in the process of upgrading infrastructure that services the area, the infrastructure that services the area such that compliance by that date is likely to increase a risk to health, public safety, or environment in the area, or that there exist extraordinary circumstances that otherwise prevent compliance in relation to the area. So a local government may request an extension for up to 6.5 years, being to December 30th, 2030. And the province has specified that while the deadline to submit an extension is June 1st, 2024, it is recommended that the extension application be submitted 45 days prior to any anticipated hearing, in relation to the small-scale multi-unit housing related bylaw amendments, just to ensure that the compliant zoning is able to be provided for in the case where an extension is not granted by the minister. So we have identified May 15th as being the preferred date. So at its February 22nd, 2024 Planning and Development Committee meeting, it was resolved that the regional district prepare an application to request an extension to the small-scale multi-unit housing compliance deadline for both Okanagan Falls and the Heritage Hills area. So the purpose of this item on the agenda and the associated report is to seek further direction from the board on this extension request. So before I get too far into this, there are two components of this request or this item. So I just want to check whether we would want to pause and have a discussion perhaps after the first part and then move on to the second part.
Thank you. Direction from the committee? You want to pause now for questions on this portion, or do you want to carry on? Not hearing any replies. Let's go with questions right now, see where we go. Any questions at this point? Thank you. I haven't got a view of the panel at this point. I'm only seeing the presentation, so you'll have to help along, if you will, please, Chair Pendergraft.
Not seeing any. Oh, Director Taylor, and there's also Director Gettins online.
Thank you. Director Taylor, please.
I'd just like to clarify, I think the terminology Heritage Hills was used pretty loosely. I think we're talking Heritage Hills, Vintage Views, Lakeshore Highlands. Skaha East.
It would be the area that applies, that is serviced by Vintage Views sewer system.
What about the water system?
I mean, there's some overlapping area, but the properties that we would be looking at are specifically that sewer system area. So just to clarify what I meant before, I do have kind of two parts of this presentation. The first part, I can go through the whole Vintage Views component and then move on to Falder if that's preferred.
Thank you. We'll go ahead with Director Gettin's question at this point.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to wait to the end of the presentation. My question might be answered in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other questions. I'll have you carry on, Ms. Dion.
Okay. So, as mentioned, the first of the components of this particular item relates to the previous resolution to request an extension for the small-scale multi-unit housing compliance for the Heritage Hills area. And as the board may know, there have historically been issues and deficiencies associated with both the community sewer and water systems in this area, namely that the provincial pollution abatement order was issued back in 2019 with respect to the Vintage Views sewer system, and the Lakeshore Waterworks system does not meet the Ministry of Health requirements as it relates to drinking water treatment objectives. Back in November, on November 15th, 2022, the regional district did receive an expression of two expression of interest letters from the Vintage Views Development and Lakeshore Waterworks to sell the respective systems to the regional district. And on December 15th, 2022, the regional district board resolved to commence the due diligence process in order to evaluate the Vintage Views Development sewer system and Lakeshore Waterworks system prior to considering the acquisition of those systems. Now, if the regional district were to proceed with the acquisition process and ultimately acquire the systems, the regional district would be in a position where it would need to upgrade both systems in order to alleviate any known deficiencies. So staff have assessed the board's direction to make an application requesting an extension to comply with the small-scale multi-unit housing requirements as it relates to the Heritage Hills Vintage Views area. And the properties which are serviced by Vintage Views sewer system are predominantly zoned low-density residential 2, so that's RS2, and small holdings 1, site-specific. Both of these zones permit a maximum density of 1 principal dwelling unit as well as either 1 secondary suite or 1 accessory dwelling. The new small-scale multi-unit housing provisions include the establishment of restricted zones, which in this case, being regional district lands which are not within an urban containment boundary, is defined as a zone which, if not for the new requirements, would only permit a detached single-family dwelling. So in order to comply with the new small-scale multi-unit housing provisions, a minimum of one secondary suite and/or one accessory dwelling unit must be permitted in these restricted zones in addition to a single-family dwelling. And as the applicable small holdings 1 site-specific and low-density residential 2 zones already permit one secondary suite or one accessory dwelling in addition to a principal dwelling unit being a single detached dwelling, they are already consistent with the small-scale multi-unit housing requirements. So these circumstances do put us kind of in a peculiar situation. While the board has directed staff to apply for an extension to comply with the new small-scale multi-unit housing requirements in Heritage Hills, it appears that there's currently no basis to make that request, considering that the zoning designations which apply to the properties serviced by Vintage View's sewer are already compliant with the small-scale multi-unit housing requirements. And with this in mind, in order for staff to actually action the board's February 22nd, 2024 resolution with respect to Heritage Hills, the properties would need to be made inconsistent with the small-scale multi-unit housing requirements, meaning that they would effectively need to be downzoned to a restricted zone. So as mentioned in the report, the draft amendment bylaws have been prepared to action the board's direction. The draft OCP amendment bylaw attached to the report proposes the introduction of new policies at the low density residential and small holdings policies sections of the bylaw, which speak to supporting the restriction of accessory densities served by the sewer and water systems due to system limitations and required upgrades, and also to support reviewing the permitted density allowances on lands which are serviced by the systems once upgrades are complete and capacity is available to support the accessory residential uses. Additionally, a draft zoning amendment bylaw has been provided as well, which proposes limiting permitted uses to a single detached dwelling as a principal use and accessory buildings and structures and a home occupation as accessory uses. The draft zoning bylaw further proposes to establish a maximum density of one principal dwelling unit with no allowances for secondary suites or accessory dwellings. And so you can see the affected area on the left there, which the zoning bylaw or zoning amendment bylaw would propose to rezone for these purposes. So it should be noted that if the regional district were to downzone these properties to create a new restricted zone, any property owners with existing secondary suites or accessory dwellings would enjoy non-conforming status where the uses were already legally constructed. The removal of these allowances as permitted uses would effectively prohibit the construction of new secondary suites and accessory dwellings absent of a successful rezoning. Additionally, and as previously mentioned, there is a provincial order that does apply to the area that prohibits the regional district from issuing building permits, which would require a connection to the sewer system. This has resulted in understandably frustration from property owners in the area, particularly considering that there are a number of undeveloped lots in the area which are serviced by the Vintage View sewer system. Staff are concerned, however, of the possibility that individuals may pursue the installation of on-site septic systems as a means of obtaining a building permit. And we have already received a number of queries with respect to this. As the regional district is considering the acquisition of the system, this would not be in the regional district's interest to have these ad hoc private on-site septic systems within the service area, particularly when you consider that the lands were previously subdivided down to sizes of sub 1 hectare on the basis that they would be serviced by community sewer. So to address this, the draft zoning bylaw does stipulate a condition of use being that a single detached dwelling shall be connected to a community sewer and a community water system. So just to go over the implications of this, if the board does decide to proceed with the extension request for Heritage Hills, Staff would initiate the bylaw amendments, submit the extension request to the province, and then proceed with the preliminary stages of a bylaw amendment process. So that would include doing referrals, doing a public information meeting, et cetera, while we await the province's decision on the extension request. And if the extension is approved, this would allow time for the board to ultimately make a determination as to whether or not to proceed with the acquisition process. And also, if the board does decide to acquire the systems, upgrade them in order to support accessory residential uses. So in this regard, we are recommending then that we do proceed with those OCP and zoning amendments in order to proceed with the extension request. And of course, an alternative option is available to not submit an extension request for Heritage Hills. Now, with respect to Falder, as the board may be aware, there are known water capacity and quality issues which have persisted in Falder over the years. This community does rely on groundwater from the Meadow Valley Aquifer, and a new community well was drilled back in 2015. However, there are concerns that the capacity of that well have already been reached or is close to being reached, and that there's irregular aquifer recharge rates, which may impact the provision of water to this system. So in response, the Falder zone review was undertaken and was recently completed in 2023, which did end up resulting in the creation of a new small holdings Falder zone. So that's the SH6 zone, which applies to the property specifically within that water system service area. Now, the lands within the service area, it's predominantly small holdings Falder, but there are a couple of small holdings Falder site-specific zoned properties as well. However, between these two zones that do apply in the water system, the maximum density is limited to one principal dwelling unit. And as mentioned before, in order to meet the small-scale multi-unit housing requirement, we would also need to have an allowance for either a secondary suite and or an accessory dwelling. So Falder is not consistent with the new provincial requirements. Now, the zoning that was applied in Falder is very similar to what we see in the greater West Bench area, where the density is limited to that one principal dwelling unit. However, the greater West Bench area has known geotechnical hazards, which have been documented over the years, and they qualify for the exemption from the small-scale multi-unit housing. So exemption being the key word here. Water concerns in Falder don't appear to qualify for that same exemption criteria, but we do have the option of requesting an extension similar to OK Falls and Heritage Hills in order to comply with the small-scale multi-unit housing requirements. So the implications of this are, if this extension is approved by the minister, this would give the regional district time to potentially implement a water metering system within the water service area, which could mitigate some concerns about overconsumption of water resources in the area. So our administrative recommendation with respect to Falder is to make an application to request an extension to the small-scale multi-unit housing compliance deadline for the lands within the Falder water system service area. And again, similarly to the last option, there is the alternative option, of course, to not submit that extension request. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. DeYoung. I'm going to assume that this is going to have to be two separate motions. I don't think we'd want to do this together. Am I correct in that? Yes. Okay. Director Gettens, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just curious from staff if they know, like, how long of an extension are you requesting, or are you just requesting indefinitely for now? And if the extension request goes forward, how do you have any idea when we will hear back from the province on the request?
Ms. DeYoung, please.
Yes, so the province has indicated that we are able to make an extension request up until December 30th, 2030. So that's about 6.5 years. If we make the extension request, the province has anticipated that they would get back to us prior to that June 30th deadline. I do believe that they would provide, if they did not grant us an extension, a 90-day period to get in compliance.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not, Director Gettens, is that a holdover or another question?
No, I'll just make the motion to apply for the extension for Falder.
Thank you. Any questions to the motion? Director Van Elpen?
No, just seconded.
Thank you, sir. Any questions now to the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Moving on to Area D. Director Taylor, do you care to comment on this one?
No, I'd just like some feedback from staff and possibly also from utilities. Because I guess I'm just wondering if that footprint for Vintage Views shouldn't be the footprint for the water system as well as the sewer system. So you can clarify my ignorance for me.
You, Ms. DeYoung, please.
So I do believe it's an option for us to expand that footprint. At this time, we've only presented the footprint of the Vintage Views sewer system as being kind of the affected area of that draft zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
And
Go ahead.
so this is where I think I'd like some input from utilities as well.
Do we have someone available? Ms. Bloomfeld, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The water system is definitely in a condition that we would like to upgrade it before we would start expanding the use of it. I think it could definitely be a good idea to limit the additional demands on the system until it is actually upgraded.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Director Taylor?
Well, from what I hear of that, then I guess I'm back to planning or the CAO and asking, should the footprint that you are proposing be expanded to be both sewer and water as opposed to just sewer?
From what I'm hearing, yes.
CEO Zafino, please.
Thank you. So from what I'm hearing, yes, we can expand it. Can you give us a time frame, or is it something that can be done quickly?
It can be done quickly, yeah.
And I know you can. The question I'm asking, should it be done? You know, from your professional perspective in planning, am I asking for something that's totally unnecessary, or does it make sense given that our water system there is comparable condition to the sewer system, that we include the footprint of the water system?
Ms. DeYoung?
I mean, I suppose in this case, I would have to defer to kind of the utilities aspect of this, considering that there are deficiencies in both the sewer system and the water system.
Thank you. Ms. Blumfeld?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would, in my opinion, I would recommend that we look at both systems for this right now.
Thank you. Director Taylor?
So then I think I would move the alternate that the electoral area D community plan bylaw and Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw be amended in order to reduce permitted residential densities within the areas served by the Vintage Views wastewater system and the Lakeshore water system.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconder. Any questions for the motion? Director Gilbert?
Sorry, just seconding.
Oh. All right, any questions to the motion? Director Bush?
Thank you. I'm just concerned that we're springing this motion on these people on without them even knowing it. It just makes me a little nervous. Because to start with, it was just about the sewer system, and now we're adding in the total water system, so I don't know. It's just my concern.
I'm going to assume that's directed to planning and utilities. Anyone care to field that?
Yeah, I can speak to it a little bit. So as I mentioned, if we do initiate these amendments, we would begin the preliminary kind of bylaw amendment process, which would involve us going out to the community with a public information meeting. So that is something, you know, that is a means of obtaining, I suppose, feedback in that regard.
Thank you. Any other questions at this point? Director Holmes, please.
Yeah, and presumably we can ask if there's a restriction on it, we can ask for it to be removed at any time, and would we be able to ask for it to be partially removed, i.e. just the water part, or would we have to ask for the whole thing to be removed?
Ms. Dion, please.
So if I'm understanding your question correctly, this would be kind of post public information meeting. Yes, we would still be able to make any changes to the draft amendment bylaw at that time because we wouldn't be going to first and second reading yet. So it would be an option that could be presented to the board should we move forward with that.
Okay, but just to follow up, so say we go ahead with the full area, water and sewage area, and then the work that's being done, say the work that's been done to bring the water area up to speed has been done, but the sewer hasn't. Can we then go back to the and just remove the water part and not the sewer part?
Ms. Dion, please.
Yes, we would retain the ability to change the zoning at that point.
Thank you. Director Monteith, please.
Through the chair, would it not be easier to have it as two separate bylaws versus combining them in one?
Ms. Dion, please.
We could. Administratively, I mean, if we're just going forward with an amendment bylaw right now, it's as simple as just making the change administratively, since we wouldn't be going to first and second reading yet. So, yeah, it wouldn't make as, I think, much of an issue for us.
Director Monteith, follow up.
Through the chair, I just feel like it would be easier to do housekeeping as changes happened, because it would be one specific bylaw, and as you have different ratepayers in the different, they don't fully overlap on both, right? So you got some that are in both, some that are only in one or the other, right? So to have it separate, it's very clear to the property owner who and what is where.
Thank you, Director Monteith. Are you making that a motion? No? Not at this time. All right. Any other? I'm not hearing you, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I'm going to refer to the director of the area. I'm just giving a suggestion.
Thank you. Director Taylor, please.
Well, I'll look to our CAO or I'll look to staff for direction on this. Like, from my perspective, at the moment, I'm looking to ensure that we're protecting the footprint of the actual area that's at risk. The how, I need some help.
CEO Sabino, please.
Well, I would recommend that it's one, because at any given time, you could actually change it. So that it's more, I think, efficient by doing the one.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, anyone want to make the motion, please?
It's already on the floor.
sorry, and it's seconded, yes. No other questions then? Let's call, no other comments or questions, so were you putting your hand up, Director Roberts, or are you just waving at me? Thank you. No other questions for the delegation then. We'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed?
So can, to the chair?
Just go ahead, sir.
There was a question from one of the directors of what the motion was. So if we could just clarify what the motion is before we vote.
Mr. Hedgeon, would you like to read the motion, please?
I believe it was the alternate one that,
No, okay. I said I would move an alternate motion, which is the exact same wording as the staff recommendation with the inclusion or addition of lands covered by Lakeshore
so
Waterworks.
So the recommended motion then from, sorry, is that Electoral Area D Official Community Plan Bylaw 2603, 2013, and the Okanagan Valley Zoning Bylaw 2800, 2022 be amended in order to reduce permitted residential densities within the areas of both Vintage Views wastewater system and the, I believe it's Lakeview? Lakeshore. Yes, that is the motion.
Okay.
Thank you. So that's an amended motion. Do we vote on that separately? Yes? We vote on the amendment.
Was the motion.
That was the motion. That's the only motion that's out there.
But does that become an amendment to, yeah, okay, I got you. Sorry, my apologies. The motion's been seconded, I gather, so we have questions still up. Any other questions at this point? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Director Coyne Jr., are you opposed? You're in
No.
favor?
No, I was in favor. It's just a
Thank you.
delay.
Late hand. Thank
Yeah.
you, sir. Motion carries. With that, we're coming to an end here. Move for adjournment. All in favor? Meeting's closed. Back to you, Director Pendergraft.
Okay, thank you, Director Knodel. That brings us to the Protective Services Committee, and I will go to Director Roberts if they're here or not. I seen some walk by, but can we check?
I think they are. Some of them are.
If not, I know which coffee house everybody stops at. We all hang out
as you know.
As everybody take a seat, I'd like to call the Protective Services Committee to order at 9:55 a.m. Can I have that moved? Thank you, and seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Right, so now we can pass this on and refer to the CAO. Oh, no, he's in. That's just what they said, but I can pass it right away now on to the superintendent.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just wondering if IT has the presentation I quickly sent over this morning, and if not, I think a number of you have some photocopy versions. Perfect. It's no problem. Honestly, we can proceed without it. At least today we have a visual prop. So good morning, your worships, councillors, and representatives of the regional district. And I really appreciate the opportunity to brief you on key performance indicators in relation to crime and policing in the regional district of the Okanagan-Similkameen. This briefing reviews the data of Q1 of January 1st, 2024 to March 31st of 2024 crime statistics, in addition to a brief summary of the work our teams are doing in this first quarter. I appreciate the opportunity to have connected with most of the members of the regional district and work towards modernizing our briefing to the district. Taking your feedback, we have adapted our presentations to allow for an opportunity to present on key initiatives within our area versus just a repeat of the crime statistics. You have all had the opportunity, I hope, to review and discuss with your area commanders. Just a few updates. Community policing, utilizing this team to provide information in relation to crime strategies within the regional area has really been a priority for us in this first quarter. Working to engage and communicate proactively with the community, our partners within the South Okanagan-Similkameen Community Policing Program recently shared on social media public awareness messaging in relation to incidents of break and enter, asking the public to assist with efforts in reducing property crime and encouraging the public to lock their homes, storage sheds, and bikes up if unattended. Their Facebook page is up and active, and we encourage the community to follow their site to gain helpful information in relation to crime trends and crime reduction strategies, and this is for the entire region. This quarter, our Restorative Justice and Community Policing Unit made a huge impact in relation to proactive community engagement specific to fraud and internet safety. If you recall last quarter's presentation, fraud was up significantly throughout the region, with a primary focus on seniors being the victims of these fraud incidents. March was Fraud Prevention Month and a priority for this team, having conducted over 10 engagements within the regional detachment area with a primary focus on seniors. The community policing team worked with our Penticton Special Victims Unit and over 25 community presentations consisting of internet safety, consent, cyberbullying, anti-bullying throughout the regional detachment area. One of the new initiatives specific to the Penticton Rural and Regional District area was the addition of our mental health team, which has been called the Integrated Crisis Response Team. I spoke about this earlier this week to Mayor and Council in Penticton, but it's important to share with our rural areas for the Penticton area. We've had over 300 interactions, which include client contacts where meaningful interactions were had and resources were provided. Partner meetings and other outreach were conducted. And I do not have it broken down for how many of these services were for the areas outside of the municipality, but they were inclusive in this number. The number of police files was 191, and this includes police files where our integrated crisis response team took the lead in the report or provided a documented assistance to our members on the road. And we're working to normalize that data, and I hope that next quarter I'll be able to break it down to how many of those files were outside of the municipality so that our directors can know how many of those were in attendance in their areas. Employee wellness is also a focus and one of our pillars within our strategic planning. And I just wanted to share with you that this quarter, many members in the detachment have had significant training, and it remains a primary focus for our senior leadership team as we want to create a legacy within the detachment as we have people coming in and out all the time. I'm happy to report that we had a lot of engagement as it relates to the development of leadership and operational excellence. We had 5 additional members arrive into the detachment this quarter, with 3 additional members arriving in the next 60 days. And our teams are preparing for seasonal policing demands with a strong focus on visibility in high traffic areas and visibility in our rural areas. Our teams have created innovative strategies to address peak policing hours and the demands of seasonal policing. Having our officers show up at our best every day for the citizens of this community is so important, and I wish to make sure that this contributes to our public's confidence in the Penticton RCMP. I had the opportunity during this quarter, myself and Andrew Bayless, to meet personally with directors and/or online, and I just wanted to summarize for those that I was able to meet personally and/or have phone calls with, that we've done some significant work on identifying our strategic priorities with the help of your insight. We have identified our primary key pillars for the 2024-2027 strategic priorities for the Penticton RCMP of connecting vulnerable people with appropriate supports, impacting crime trends through intelligence-led strategies, and advancing our preparedness for natural and human-caused disasters. And lastly, working with our teams to drive results together. What I heard from the regional directors in Penticton Rural, Kalita Apex, Okanagan Falls, Naramata, Falder, Summerland, was that they wanted to see an increase in police visibility, community engagement, emergency preparedness, youth, and connection with regional partners. And I have taken this feedback and come up with these 4 pillars. Our next steps include creating what our goals will be to meet, to be successful in what you've asked of us. And I look forward to reporting that out to you in our next quarterly report. As the Penticton RCMP officer in charge, I continue to work with our teams to drive transformative change with a focus on sustainable workloads, appropriate staffing levels, and wellness for all of the members of Penticton Detachment. by taking care of our people, increasingly using intelligence and data-led targeted enforcement to deploy our resources, the Penticton RCMP is policing for greater impact in your communities. And I'm happy to answer any questions or discuss any of the statistics that you had an opportunity to discuss with Staff Sergeant Badamaniak.
Do we have any questions for the superintendent and her team? Director Monteith.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to say how much I appreciate being heard, and I can see my shares being included, and I love the new presentation. It's more meaningful to actually understand what everybody's doing and have that greater understanding versus just going over the numbers. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Director Taylor.
Similar vein, perhaps not for the municipal directors at the table, but as an electoral area director, recently we've been invited to meet with the RCMP prior to these meetings. And much like they go in and talk to your respective councils, we now go in and talk to them in their office, but we get our own private little briefing. It gives us a chance for the same back and forth that you would have at a council meeting, which we haven't had before. And it's helpful. So yeah, I like the new style. And just a couple of quick comments. Ground town of Okanagan Falls, we really did appreciate if your people came through to do some speed checks. Sorry you didn't catch anybody. But I guess that verifies that when you're in a small community, you kind of think the one issue that happens sort of means you've got a rampant problem. And if we can get numbers from you or it helps if you tell us we actually did have a speed trap, we had it there for 4 days, we didn't catch anything. If I've got that in writing, then I can share that. Otherwise, it's just me, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it doesn't help so much. If it's in writing, then I can share it. And I think we'd also like to see you, if you had some time, come to a community meeting and just communicate bluntly, perhaps, how owners themselves can do some work on their properties to help reduce theft. I know we had a rash of auto theft. Some of that's because there's thieves out there, and we took the brunt of that. But there may be some things that the landowners can do as well, and that would be useful for everybody to know. And making it public helps too.
I'll just comment through the chair. Absolutely, those invitations are welcome, and we'll make those efforts. If it's not Bob coming to attend, we have our team with the community safety unit, my policing unit, and we'll have those presentations, no problem. I think what everybody will notice, we did some proactive communications in relation to an increase in auto theft that we saw in the month of March for the South Okanagan area. And we are going to continue to try and inform the public when we see something that is outside the norm, using either social media and or a formalized press release to make sure that we are creating real-time intelligence to our communities, engaging when we need to. So if we can plan those meetings with the towns and do that preventative work, absolutely. But when we don't have the ability to get out, we're happy to share in those more formal platforms through media publications just to make sure that we're connecting. And we would love for people to follow those social media platforms too, because we're going to be using that more and more in the weeks to come.
Thank you. I see a hand for Director Knodel. Where?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to add my voice to thanking you to all the fine work that you do and what must be an extremely frustrating job at most times. I know this isn't unique to my area, but we do have a tent homeless community that's becoming an issue south of town. Calling it a homeless camp is kind of insulting to those that legitimately find themselves unhoused. This group, like many prolific, have realized that the lack of consequence for their activities is making them even bolder, and they're becoming confrontational with the local residents. I get regular calls from people who are fearful for their safety and getting quite desperate. They realize the lack of tools that we have to deal with, that you have to deal with in this precarious situation. And it leaves them feeling exposed to these behaviors. My concern here is that even though this group was, for the most part, spawned in the shallow end of a gene pool, most of them are destined to be a chalk outline somewhere in the future. But I just don't want to ever see my residents being the ones that bring the chalk to the party. So your presence, your more visible presence, from what you were saying, is going to be welcome to making these residents feel considerably more secure. I thank you very much for all you do. Thank you.
Through the chair, Representative, I appreciate your commentary and the feedback that you've received from your constituents. And I just encourage you to continue the conversation with us. And when you're getting those calls, it's important for you to connect with your area commander, and so we can focus on those areas. I just wanted to share that last time I was able to present, I was asked in regards to a settlement just between the city and Summerland. And just wanted to update that today our teams are out at that camp with Modi, just doing an initial assessment to see how large that encampment has grown and what the strategy will be going forward to deal with that particular issue. And it's nice to see the ministry coming to the table to start those discussions with our integrated crisis response team and our frontline policing teams as well. So that's just a nice update to be able to give to the group today as well.
Thank you for that. Next up is Director Conant.
Thank you for the presentation, and just as it was on Tuesday to Penticton, it was through the chairs, really informative, really appreciated. And we also know that the criminals know no boundaries. So, I'm just looking at these statistics really quickly, and it's interesting to me that there's no, compared to the stats you gave it to us in Penticton on Tuesday night at our council meeting, there's the break and enter to the businesses basically either has gone down or isn't existing in the other communities around us, but it went up. I don't have the number in front of me, but it went up consider like 100% or something, 85% for businesses.
Pardon me, I'll just, through the chair, went from a comparison last quarter in 2023 Q1 was 19, and then this quarter Q1 2024 was 38. So it was a 95% increase. And as I outlined, it was an anomaly in 2023 that we were so low. The statistics for 2024 were actually still 4 under the 5-year average. But yes, you are right.
And I guess I also just wanted your opinion on why that break and enter, we're not seeing that in the other communities so much. But also, I mean, just something as simple as, again, I don't have the number in front of me, and you do obviously, but our bicycle thefts went up an incredible amount too. And when I look through all the other communities, looks like nobody had a bike stolen, except I think Osoyoos might have had one. But why is it that no other communities have bikes stolen? I mean, literally, it's 0 and 0 from last quarter and compared to this quarter, or from the year ago. And that might be you need to get a bike lane. But I was just wondering, are the other communities finding a better way to? It really stood out in our presentation, and it's interesting how there's no bikes being stolen and there's no businesses being broken into, or not very many.
Through the chair, I think my answers are going to be more or less anecdotal in terms of my experience, and then I'll let my other commanders comment when it's their opportunity to speak. Obviously, the population and the ability for, I guess, the thefts to occur situationally because of the population of this community, and also the larger, more centralized Main Street area of businesses in comparison to the communities that you're referencing. And so we also know that through our intelligence, these individuals travel through the region. And I guess I could say that their focus has been where more services are, which is the community of Penticton. Again, I don't have the exact answer for you, but that would be my, my commentary on that point.
Thank you.
One person just ahead of you there, Director Fedrigo, and then Director McCordoff.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to comment that Bob, and I don't want to attempt his last name just for respect of him, has been absolutely amazing. Just anytime I send an email and I'm like, hey, we're having challenges in our community, he'll drive out to Naramata. He's gone to talk to residents close by who've been dealing with issues. And he's just been truly fantastic in responding and taking care of us. And yeah, I want to thank him and your team.
And Director Monteith. Sorry, McCordoff.
Wrong side of the table.
That's right.
Thank you very much. So I noticed that on the crime statistics for Osoyoos that auto theft is high. And I'm just wondering, does that include bicycles and scooters in that, or just cars? And does it also include theft from vehicles, or it's just the theft of the vehicle themselves? And does it depend on how many prolific offenders are in the neighborhood at the time? Because I know that Sergeant Beta has done a really good job of telling people, you know, here's how you protect your vehicle and this is what you need to do. And he's been saying it for years. So I'm just concerned about that. Thank you.
To the chair, thank you, Mayor McCordoff, for the question. It does not include the theft of scooters or bicycles, and it doesn't include theft from. Those are, we actually separate those. The theft of vehicles has gone up certainly in Osoyoos as well as other areas. What we're seeing in this crime spree is that many of our vehicles that are stolen are F-250s and F-350s. Big reason for that is first of all, they're easy to steal because they're commercial vehicles. So a lot of Ford makes them for big companies, logging companies that use them as fleet vehicles. So they don't always have the same immobilizers on them that other vehicles have. The other reason is they're large. They're easy to use to commit other crimes. Now, in our cases, we've been finding that they've been stealing the vehicles locally, going to another area, whether it be the RDOS, and stealing a commercial trailer or a trailer, like a utility trailer that carries tools. We're finding the vehicles dumped and the trailers dumped with the tools stolen out of the trailer. So a lot of the vehicles are actually found in a close proximity, whether it be in our area or in Oliver, as well as the trailers. So it looks like the trucks are being stolen to be used as a tool for another crime. So certainly putting devices on, such as everyone knows about the club that you put on your steering wheel. Those certainly help. We did have a vehicle where the club was cut off and stolen. So, you can buy aftermarket immobilizers for your vehicle. Yes, it's an expense, but it's certainly something that will help prevent you from being a victim of a vehicle theft as well. So.
Thank you. Next up is Director Coyne Jr.
Thanks. Trying to get my hand down. We have some increases here that are pretty drastic. How many of them are they all from within town? Are they some of them from the surrounding areas that we're looking at here? Because some are pretty high this time. And I do want to say our bicycle thefts are probably down because it was winter and it's hard to ride your bike in the snow. So thanks.
Yes, does it work? So the main numbers that were up for Princeton is assaults. Is it all in Princeton and the town of Princeton? No, it's kind of spread out. Want to say probably concentrated between Headley and Princeton. We didn't get all that much out in Tulameen. Obviously, it'll get busier this summer. That might change. So I don't have percentages. Is it half and half, Princeton Headley or something like that? That could be close to that, I must say, just from reviewing all the files. Auto thefts, maybe a little more near Princeton, mainly trailers also. And it's not in town, it's like rural property, kind of connected to all the reasons we've discussed earlier here, whether it be owners protecting their property and stuff like that. So definitely there's work that can be done there from everybody and from owners to kind of prevent that. And we'll make sure we'll get the word out. So yeah, I think mainly what we're talking about here is assaults, threats, and vehicle theft. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm answering your answer, but I'm answering your question, but it's no, it's not all in Princeton, if that's what you're requesting. Kind of spread out through Headley and Princeton.
Yeah, just our violent crime went from 17 to 31, which was, pretty drastic. So I know there was been some incidents in like the Headley area and other places. And are those I guess what I'm asking, are those reflective of that, or are they, is there something else going on here that all of a sudden we're seeing, assault with weapon to cause bodily harm up to 12 from 7 and uttering threats from 3 to 9. I mean, that's a 200% increase. So, it's
Yeah.
a little concerning, right?
Yeah, and I must say, we arrested recently one individual who actually has a few of those. He owns a few of those stats. I know he has uttering threats. He has assault. Also, one of our known offenders for stealing trailers and stuff off property. So he's been arrested. Charges have been approved, and he's on an ankle monitor now. So that might help a little bit with this problem. Not that it's all the same individual, but he's very active, and he does own a lot of those.
Thank you.
I can add to that too, Staff Sergeant Dan Pollock. In those assaults, it's assault common and assault with a weapon, assault causing bodily harm, all grouped into one. 4 of those 12 assaults were youth fighting type assaults. One was a parental, basically a disciplinary issue gone too far. And a couple were neighbor disputes. 83% were all known to each other, so they're not stranger attacks. They're youth fights and neighbors fighting each other, disputes like that. Not that that's good, but that kind of is an explanation of some of those.
Thank you for that. I've got the next 3 is Director Knodel. Can I have, because you've asked a couple questions, leave you to the last of the 3?
Certainly.
So I'll go with Director Wiebe, then Director Holmes, then Director Knodel.
Thank you, and just let me make sure everyone can hear me okay. Okay. It wasn't a question, actually, it was a comment, and I wanted to bring attention to the public. I was speaking with our local Corporal Parsons, and I had mistakenly thought that restorative justice applied simply to our youth, and was pleased to be informed that it's actually something that is used throughout the ages for people who the courts and the kind of the criminal system may not be the best way of resolving a situation. And so some of those restorative numbers are actually those outside of the youth category. But until I was made aware of that, I didn't know that was the case. And I thought it was a fantastic way to resolve some situations that maybe don't need the courts. And so I just wanted to, 2 things, bring that to the public awareness. And then number 2, just applaud our members for being creative in how they help people find a healthy forward. So thank you very much.
Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. So the last time you were here for us, we talked about increasing, we talked about speeding through the slide area on Highway 97. And I've certainly noticed the increased RCMP presence there. In fact, just yesterday, or 2 days ago, I was coming back from Kelowna, and the guy right in front of me got pulled over. But so that's great. It's really noticeable, and I think people are noticing it as well. And I do think people are going slower through that slide area, so I think it's having an impact. That's just my observation. Though I do see that when you look at Summerland stats, traffic incidents are still way up there. And so I'm just be curious to get your perspective on how the traffic enforcement through the slide area has been coming along. Thanks.
Apologies. Through the chair. Mayor Holmes, yeah, quarter over quarter, we're actually doing quite well. We're down almost 50% from Q3, which was 103 calls for service for traffic. Q4 was 83, and now Q1 of this year's 56 calls for service. It is still our #1 call for service, but I would commit much of that to Summerland RCMP members' work on the highway, as well as our partners with BC Highway Patrol, who've been helping us on the north side of the slide. So we've been putting a lot of effort into kind of public awareness. There's some weeks where people are getting warnings, and then others where they're getting violation tickets. But it seems to be having quite a net positive in relation to the total number of files.
Through the chair, I'd just like to also add to Sergeant Bentham's comments. This morning, actually, after this meeting, our team will be going and meeting to just discuss operations and plans for the summer. But we've invited the inspector in charge of BC Highway Patrol. We thought that it was important to connect because we hear what you're saying, and we've received your feedback, and we want to just share it with our partners because they play an important part in traffic safety in the communities of the regional district and the municipalities here at the table. And so we just thought it was a great opportunity. So we appreciate the feedback. And we're not in a position yet to reanimate our local traffic section, but we are working on that within the municipality, and we rely heavily on our partnership with BC Highway Patrol. So we appreciate this feedback, and I know everybody at this table from the RCMP perspective has great relationships with everybody at BC Highway Patrol. So thank you again, Paul, for your efforts.
Okay, could I just follow up on that?
Sure.
So I was just wondering, like, how much conversation you have with Moti on terms of the progress of that? I think there's really growing frustration amongst people throughout the valley who have to drive that highway on a regular basis. And nobody seems to know how long it's going to last. And so, as people get more and more frustrated and it gets more congested as the summer approaches, I'm just wondering if you have those conversations with Moti in terms of how you might deal with that.
Through the chair, just to be clear, on the construction or on the encampment?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the construction, the slide area. So as the tourist season approaches, it looks like it's not going to be cleared up. It looks like we're going to have a summer with that one lane traffic going through there, traffic closures, I can imagine how it's going to be backed up. People are frustrated now having to go through that area. I just can't imagine come summer and it's still there. So I'm just wondering, is there anything that can be done to be, knowing if that's going to be the situation, is there anything you can do proactively to be aware of that and deal with that? Or you just deal with it as, whatever happens, happens?
Through the chair, I wish that I had that much say at the table in regards to timelines for that magnitude of construction. And as I drive through it twice a day myself, I'm very alive to the impacts of that particular scenario that we find ourselves in. I rely heavily on the partnership that I have with the city to give me those updates in terms of timelines. And I definitely, obviously, communicate my concerns with the impacts it will have on traffic this summer. And I don't, if I'm asked, I definitely will add my 2 cents. But I do not have regular conversations with Modi in relation to that specific venture they have right now. Paul, do you have anything to add?
Just through the chair, Sergeant Benson from Summerline. It was anecdotal. We talk with the flaggers and managers there when files come in, and I know they are moving into their cleanup phase this year. And I know it's a tough balance for them in relation to traffic movement and public safety. The fact that no one was injured or killed during the initial slide is an absolute miracle. So I know they have a tough job to try to balance that in terms of timing and ensuring that the slide doesn't happen again, and if it does, it's mitigated. So it's a bit of a balance, and it looks like it's from the last discussion I had sometime near the end of the year. But again, that's up in the air, and I think Modi would be able to speak to that specifically.
Thank you. And I think a little bit of what Director Holmes was also asking is whether or not you had a strategy looking forward to in the increase in traffic from summer. And as you're going to be meeting the inspector in regards to, if that's something you discuss, because you've got an issue that's going to be compounded as we get closer to the summer. But thanks. I've got Director Knodel.
Just a quick question on recording. When you recover a stolen vehicle in, say, Area C that came from another area or even another region, how is that recorded in Area C, or is it?
Through the chair. So the vehicle where it's recovered you won't see the stats on that as a theft vehicle. The theft will be from the area it was actually stolen from. So if you're curious, like say you had 10 vehicles that were stolen in Osoyoos and dropped off in your area, those aren't going to increase your stats. It'll increase the Osoyoos stats.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Just looking if there's any further questions. If not, I'd just like to add in regards to Staff Sergeant Dan Pollock and Sergeant Neil Potter that came and created the Coffee with a Cop in Headley. Of course, Headley being on the topic today as well. That was greatly appreciated. There was a lot of positive response on social media, and people are looking forward to hanging with you guys again. So again, thank you for doing it. And in that process, kind of building those relationships, and rather than a town hall feeling, just more of a get together and chat, was really well received. Thank you. Question from Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder if you could comment on the new changes to the decrim stuff. And I don't see anything in the stats related to, charges related to drugs or drug activity, and just kind of wondering, how that's going to impact your workload. Thank you.
I'm not going to lie, I was hoping to dodge the question. We're just discussing it yesterday. Dan sits at a regular meeting with Interior Health and Police in the Southeast District. And we were trying to, and I don't mean to be cheeky when I say this, but decipher the new changes as it relates to public consumption and the impacts it's going to have on our operations and the direction that we need to provide our teams in relation to that. We've heard the public, and we've felt the pressure as law enforcement, and finding that balance, understanding that there are health issues that come along with addiction, and trying to be supportive with our partners in healthcare and really navigating those changes. We haven't specifically published anything as it relates to drug enforcement. We have those discussions, and it has changed the dynamic in terms of where we focus our efforts for the most return in terms of the biggest impact. And as we navigate this 3-year exemption, it definitely has impacted our efforts as it relates to what I would call the lower hanging fruit in terms of drug enforcement. We definitely want to still focus and target what we would see as organized crime as it relates to trafficking, especially when we know that they typically are preying on those people with significant addictions and mental health. And so with these changes, myself and Dan were chatting about this, and in terms of having that leverage now as it relates to public consumption, and making sure that we can ensure the public feels safe in parks and open spaces around schools, recreation centers. It's important. And so I think there's more to come on that, and the directive that we have from the BC RCMP on some of the changes in our procedures and how we need to train and retrain our people to deal with those changes. Pardon me.
Sorry, I'll try to predict what she was about to say.
Okay, yeah.
We're still essentially figuring out exactly how it'll play out. We're not, you won't see a big spike in drug charges on here because we're still not going to be essentially criminalizing possession. We're not going to be arresting drug users. Essentially, it should give us some leverage to deal with those problematic areas for drug consumption so that we have some teeth that we can move people to somewhere that maybe creates less conflict. And we're anticipating that will be the path forward, but we're still sorting out a few of those logistics and making sure we're doing what is desired of us.
So close. Thank you, Dan. The stats also show that the primary overdoses show that most of those incidents in the province occurred inside, and we've seen those overdose numbers continue to increase, and with a large majority happening with our Indigenous population and being impacted, which is deeply concerning. And it's important that we continue to communicate and support each other through conversations like we're having today, working with Interior Health and working with the BC Association of Chiefs of Police, as they are continuously getting invited to the table to have conversations with the province on the impacts of these decisions. So more to follow, and I'm happy to have these discussions as I learn pretty much daily on the impacts that this is going to have at us locally.
I have a question from Director Fidrigo.
Just to build off this, how's the CAR 40 program going?
So we are calling it the Integrated Crisis Response Team, and that is the name given by the province to the program. And I know that I've said it to Mayor and Council here on Tuesday. It has been 3 months in the running and really been successful. Just on the drive down here to come and speak with you all today, we got to see the team in action and really seeing the impacts that it is having. The confidence to make sure that we're connecting people with the appropriate supports, making sure that we have a strategy for wraparound supports. As indicated on my handout, we have had over 300 interactions, and we're not quite sure that we've actually captured the number appropriately because we're still working on our matrix and information sharing with Interior Health. So 191 files that team has taken or offered support to, and but that doesn't capture all the files that they didn't attend with still a mental health aspect to it.
Thank you. I have a question from Director Gilbert.
Thank you, through the chair. My question is, with the provincial health counterparts, when it comes to the use of drugs inside, have they provided any options to the RCMP of where people can go to be able to use drugs safely? That's my biggest criticism out of the decrim was, it's okay to decrim, but where are people going to go? I know we have overdose prevention bus that goes around the city and meets people where they're at, but, is the province providing, more of a space where, or do they plan on having a space here in the near future so that when you're interacting with those people, you can say, hey, look, here's the better place to go do this at, and it's in a safe facility?
The short answer is I don't have that information, what the plans are for our community in terms of safe injection sites or safe sites to use. I know that those do exist in some of our larger municipalities, but I haven't received any updates from our health partners as to what the plan is for our communities. What I wanted to say through the chair is I've done a lot of speaking today, and I definitely, a lot of my team drove in, and I just want to make sure if there's any highlights that they would like to share from their municipalities, just to make sure that we can have that communicated to the group. So Neil, did you want to start us off? If there's any highlights that you want to cover, and we can just go through, if you're okay with that, Chair?
No great highlights other than what we've discussed before. We've had charges on some prolifics. We did have coffee with the cop with Mr. Roberts, which I got good comments out of also, and we will follow up with that, keep that going. Also, focus patrols following that meeting with the population, which I'm hoping was noticed. If not, they will notice. I'm pretty sure in a short period of time, because we're really doing those. And yeah, that's about it for Princeton. Thank you.
Good morning, Sergeant Don Rigglesworth, through the chair. This is the first reporting period where Oliver Rural and Oliver Municipal have actually been reflected, and Mayor Johansson and Director Knodel are at odds with the colors of their respective zones. That is the case in some instances, Mr. Mayor. But with all stats, we know that Municipal Oliver had a huge number of business break-in enters fall of 2022 and January of 2023 until the one individual has been in jail since. And that was red last year. Obviously, it's going to be green this year based on one individual. And we're seeing that with stolen vehicles. I know it's already been spoken ad nauseum, but definitely affected Oliver, and it's affecting all our areas. And I just want to speak of one incident where we had an F-250 stolen gray pickup truck had Northwest Territory plates on it, and we information share within our region, and most officers were aware of this vehicle that was not stopping for police, probably involved in property crime in Okanagan Falls. And I personally saw this vehicle early in the morning. We have a prolific offender management team. They were aware and had been working very closely. A number of individuals in the crime community that we've talked about love these vehicles. And there was a scary incident where one of our officers was rammed by these criminals and was luckily had minor injuries, even though the vehicle was flipped over and he was hospitalized briefly. These are very bold actions. It's not just the truck being stolen. These are we talk about member wellness. Well, it's not just the one person and a couple stitches. It's everybody they work with that's effective, and we have to keep them healthy because our community is only as safe as our members are healthy. And that's the big thing. So in that vein, I saw this truck. I had support from Penticton plainclothes guys. We came down, went to the address where a person who was willing to be a witness said, I just saw that truck go in there. Go get it. And to wrap it up, we got a guy that was just released from the Okanagan Correctional Center a week earlier for stealing trucks in the vehicle because he got hung up on some deer fencing, and he ran right into the arms of the guys that had drove down from Penticton to help us out. So he's back in jail, but that's one. And I'm not sure how many are over here. But other than that, the only red thing I got to explain, because I know this is an open meeting, is the assaults seem to be really high. 27 of those 29 assaults are from the correctional center, and they get lumped in there, and they have policy to report inmate on inmate assaults. This morning we had a call that one inmate threw a cup of water on another inmate. So it's not, there are some serious assaults that happen there, and we investigate those, but every little thing is reported to us based on their policy. So we need to separate those in the future to say that the jail is not representative of RDOS and its citizens. Questions?
Director Knodel, do you have any questions? No.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Sergeant Jason Veda from Soyuz. I just like using this meeting as a platform. I understand the media is watching this as well, and I'd like to get our message out about how to prevent being victims of crime. I talked about trailers being, utility trailers or tool trailers being stolen and what have you. Many of those were contractor trailers with their tools left at a building site, often a rural site where neighbors aren't very close. I know it's convenient. Many years before I was an RCMP officer, I used to build houses as well. And I know it's convenient to leave your trailer and tools at the job site and just show up in the morning and have set everything up. Today's day and age, we may have to take our trailers home with us and keep them more secure and travel back and forth between job sites, especially if we were seeing an increase in crime like this. So I just want to get that message out. That's one way of helping to prevent the theft of your property. I also want to touch on a couple of things that we're doing. I know that a lot of the public have spoken out about the encampment that we have up above Dividend Ridge in Soyuz on Crown land. We are working with Natural Resources Officer and various ministries to address that. In fact, I'll have a meeting with them. I talked to them this week on the phone. I'll be meeting with them in person next week. So we are addressing the issues there. It's not going to be an overnight situation that's going to fix it, but we are addressing it, and hopefully we'll have something remedied within the next couple of months. As far as preparing for the May long weekend, our boat is in the water now. It's been tested and ready to go for, we know that's our first busy weekend of the year. We expect people to be on the lake, so we'll be ready to go. Lastly, I just want to recognize and congratulate Constable Jody Roush, who was a member of the Soyuz RCMP for almost 20 years, which is typically unheard of in the RCMP to stay at a posting for so long. But she loves the community so much. She stayed that long. Fortunately, we were able to keep her that long. She's now retired and off to greener pastures, but she's staying in a Soyuz again because of the love of such a small town. So again, congratulations to Jody.
Sergeant Bentham from Summerland RCMP through the chair. Just wanted to bring Mayor Holmes' attention to just two of our stats, assaults and domestic violence. Specifically, almost 3/4 of these were intimate partner violence files that we dealt with. And specifically, one couple was responsible for multiple files. So the increase looks alarming, but it's not as bad as it seems. And these are also opportunities for the Summerland RCMP when they are reported to us that we are able to connect the victim with a lot of resources through RCMP Victim Services, South Okanagan Women in Needs, and as well as Ministry of Children and Family Development where appropriate. So thankful that of these files, we were able to connect all of our victims with significant support systems so that we can hopefully derail that in the future. And one thing I just wanted to touch on is our focus as one of our performance plan this year is through community engagement. So just to highlight a few things, Summerland RCMP will be leading the Summerland Secondary School grad parade this year. I may or may not force our junior member to wear something ridiculous, but he's looking forward to that. Also, this year, as our second year, 2 of our members with Summerland have voluntarily developed the Summerland Secondary Rugby program, and they're continuing to coach volunteer every week and travel with the team for games. We don't have a lot of wins in our category yet, but we're getting there. We had our fraud awareness presentation at the end of April, which is well attended in Summerland, along with Summerland Credit Union and Revenue Canada, and Constable Patty Evans through the Summerland RCMP is going to be championing that program, and we'll have more presentations throughout the year. And then just lastly, Coffee with a Cop will be planned for the end of June in Summerland, and we'll have another one planned for the end of September in Summerland. And that's it for me.
Through the chair, Corporal Chad Parsons with Karamias. Just quickly, the 100% increase in the assaults, that had to do with some schoolyard assaults that we dealt with. Minor in nature, nothing too serious. And again, the common theme is the theft of autos, up 300%. We had 4 of them, and it's just within the region we're dealing with that. And as Corporal or Sergeant Rigglesworth said, we communicate when we have a stolen vehicle, and all the members, as soon as we know about it, they're aware of it in all the different detachments, and they're on the lookout. We go to problem residents, try to find them, and get them back as soon as possible. The only thing I could say is with the video cameras that we're seeing, what I'd like to suggest is not just having video cameras up high, catching the vehicle looking down or your property looking down, but have them at different angles. So maybe one down low so it's looking up at somebody's face where a hoodie can't easily defeat it. Just gives us a better option and more opportunity to identify these people and where they're coming from, and hone in on the trend a little bit more. This quarter we saw another fraud presentation. We had about 12 seniors attend that. It was a good presentation that was held at the Kearmius Library. And we also had coffee with the mayor, which I'm the cop that attends that every once in a while and answers questions from the community. So that's a good forum as well. And I'll keep it short. That's it, unless there's any questions.
Doesn't look like to be any questions. That's good.
In closing, through the chair, I'd just like to acknowledge that next week is National Police Week, and I wanted to thank this group of amazing leaders in the work that they do in their communities, and just leaning in to support one another in the work that you do, and really just being a professional group of individuals. I've enjoyed my first 6 months in the community, and I look forward to the year ahead. So thank you very much.
And from us here at the table, thank you for what you're doing. Your openness and the communication is really noticed and appreciated. And again, we're coming up into a busy time of year, and we're feeling confident in regards to how you're looking forward to it and providing strategies and working with us. Thank you very much. Okay. So if there's no further business in regards to protective services, I'd like to call this, have a motion to call to adjourn. And a second. All in favor? Done like dinner.
Okay, we're well ahead of schedule here and going to get farther ahead because the Community Services Committee meeting is canceled due to an illness from a staff member who can't be here to present today. So I think we've got some options. I don't believe lunch is here, and it's a little early for that, so we could move into environment. I suspect that might be the route we should probably go, but we'll take a 5-minute break to make sure, or 10 minutes, so we can get ourselves organized here and be ready for the environment.
We're getting ready for the environment.
Environment committee meeting.
It's hot, it's cold,
yeah, well,
it's wet. We're not.
moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we start off with Oh gosh, the business licenses were for this one. Ha, my mistake. Sorry, Adam. B, business licenses, but I'll turn it over to the CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So business licenses are new to regional districts and they're old hat to municipalities. We do have a workshop that is I'll call it a tag team because this involves more than one department within the regional district. There's a number of decisions that the board would need to make. What I do expect, the decisions do not have to be made today. There's a lot of thought that be put into it and a lot of consequences for the future. Once you do the business license decisions, you're pretty well stuck with it for a year. And there's a bylaw that has to be made. There's a lot of work. So the purpose of this workshop is to provide the board to give staff authority to regulate business licenses in the regional district of Okanagan and Similkameen. We do have a PowerPoint presentation. If all the staff can come up front. And I'll start with the first section as soon as I find the clicker. Oh, can you pass the clicker? Here it is. And I do commit not to read everything on the PowerPoint, so there's my gift to you. So with that, I thought that I just might be beneficial for the directors that don't have any real information on business licenses of what they are about. So it's the community charter that dictates the rules in for business licenses. One of the things that's important and the board needs to know is business license can be regulated, not prohibited. It can only prohibit something if it's in the bylaw. So when someone comes in and asks for a license, unless it's in the bylaw, we have to give it to them. So a continuation, one of the community charter is where we point our finger to, that's our boss. If the community charter says do it, unless we get it changed through the province at UBCM, we must do it. Just make sure I'm reading what's on the screen. So business licenses are regulated. Just to briefly state, the biggest changes is provide for the granting and refusal of license permits and approvals, and provide for the suspension and cancellation. So we have to be pretty specific and detailed at the bylaw stage to determine what determines a cancellation and what determines the granting or refusal. So variations, there are a lot of different variations. One of the things that you as a board can control is each area can have its own business licensing controls. And within each area, you can have sub-controls. So that is a lot of decisions. One of the things that I saw in my time as a previous CAO is when the cannabis came in and council tried to regulate how many cannabis stores can be in one area. Well, it didn't work. After a year, how do you regulate somebody comes in after the fact and comes in with a proposal that is viable? So one of the things that you will be asked is, do you want to regulate, have a sub-regulation within your area? Delegation of authority. So council or boards, and now boards, I don't think that the community charter is even updated yet. This is so new. Can delegate its authority to grant, refuse, or suspend. One of the things that we'll be recommending is rather than the board authorize each licenses, because that just doesn't make work project for you, is to delegate it to staff. Ultimately, and I believe I discuss it further, that if staff makes a recommendation to not have a business license, they ultimately come to you so that they can appeal through you. You're the final say. So continuation, the bylaw imposes a fee payable in respect to all parts of the service. One of the things that is a challenge, and I finally got this idea to make a recommendation to the board of what I think a realistic fee is, and I've got some comparisons using Penticton as an example. They've got a very good policy, which I'm going to recommend we slightly change it because we're not a municipality. We're not driving from one area of Penticton to another is 10 minutes. One area from a regional district to another could easily be an hour and a half. So that's going to determine a recommendation for the user fee or business licensing fee. So included in the bylaw is local governments can recover fees due in the court order. So we have a lot of power. Once you have established a bylaw for business licenses, if they decide not to pay, we could ultimately take it to court. And there are MTIs and other fees that we actually issue. We end up collecting them in court. So there's a lot of power with that. And if we have a court order, you may not know this, if we have a court order with a judge's signature, we can actually, if it's for a specific property, we can charge it to taxes. And then the province takes over, and it's up to them to collect it, not us. So penalties. Ultimately, local government may seek prosecution under the Offence Act, so that's what I was just talking about. They could go to the Supreme Court. We're talking time. We've got staff when trying to collect fees in court, just waiting there for their turn. If you've ever been in court, you know it's at the court's discretion when you get called in, but you have to be there when you're ordered or required to speak. So that's one of the things that I would recommend is with the province implementing all these changes is that we shouldn't have to go to court. If there's a fee that's directly related to a property, we should be able to automatically charge it to the taxes, just like we do for unsightly property. We can do that. It's a mate work, not just for us, but also for the municipalities. So refusal to suspend and cancellation, what I stated earlier, is ultimately you have the final power. Staff can refuse it, but there has to be a reason in the bylaw. They can, the person that's been refused can come to you and make an appeal. So again, just continue talking about the refusal. You are the final say, so do not worry if you ultimately decide to give it to the staff level. It automatically, with our policy, it starts with the CAO and the CAO delegates it. If it goes that way, I would recommend that it would go towards the protect for Mark Petrie's area. Exceptions so exceptions, you cannot rule or make changes for provincial government, federal, or any quasi-government. Government could come into your area, put in a building that you may not be happy with, put in some sort of business, whatever. You have no choice. That they have the total power. You cannot delegate or restrict them from coming into your area. So what are you going to be asked today? And again, I'm not stating make the decision today. This is just a workshop that gives you, I think, a preliminary idea of where you need. You're going to be asked to vote by area, so you don't all have to go the same way. You've already got 3 that opted in and 6 that opted out, but each one of you can make decisions going forward. So the first one is, do you want to implement business licenses? So I had a meeting with a senior government official last week that stated, okay, we strongly recommend business licenses are mandatory in all areas for short-term rentals, and that is the way for us, you, to control them. And that way you're actually have a recourse in collecting any costs that are going to be associated with those, because we anticipate a lot of complaints, and those complaints are going to be handled by staff. So that there's a component that if you don't have business licenses and we have to go after and handle the complaints, you don't want the general taxpayer to pay for that. You want the actual businesses to pay for all the complaints. Also, if business licenses are implemented, delegation of authorities, as stated, do you want to have every single license come through you? We're anticipating in excess of, and this is an ultra conservative estimate, in excess of 800 at least, and it's going to get higher and higher. If business licenses are implemented, classes, and staff's going to be talking about there's different classes that you're going to be able to control. Short-term rental business license charge, variable fee, or fixed. Now, Penticton has when I say variable, it's a tier fee. The tier is anywhere from 250 to 700. Their system is the more you rent it, the more you pay. What I'm going to recommend later on is that do a weighted average so that even if someone's renting 3 months or 2 months, whatever, we're still going to get complaints. And these complaints is we may have to drive 2 hours to get to that complaint and then 2 hours back. So let's do a weighted average. Also, it's easier to administer. How do you prove that they're only going to rent less than 30 days? How do you prove they're going to rent more than 30 days? So that's just a recommendation. And I do have a 10,000 foot estimate that I rented a plane and looked down with a telescope, and I thought I have a cost that I think could be realistic. Short-term rentals in land use bylaws. So that's something that you're going to be asked to consider. Continuance of a temporary use permit. Temporary use permits gives you and the neighboring people that live in that area more say. If you do it as a bylaw, they have a say when you do the bylaw, but that's it. And so that's just something that you may want to consider. Also, B&Bs, same rules we're recommending, and we're going to you need to make a decision that the B&Bs have the same rules as short-term rentals. Technically, I can see that all short-term rentals could all of a sudden magically become B&Bs. So that's just a control, and staff's going to be talking about that. So the first decision, business licenses for all businesses. Are you in favor of implementing business licenses for all businesses or just the short-term rentals? If no further action is required for this slide, then there is no decision has to be made. So do you want to make decisions at this point, or do you want to come back with the further report that just states the decisions and the points, and each electoral area can vote on it?
What's the wishes of the board here? Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I think we should maybe focus on what we're actually looking at, because I know that I'm not in favor for all business licenses. So, yeah, there's no point in talking about something we don't want.
All right. I'm not in favor of business licenses for all. I'm okay with short-term rentals, but Director Robert and then Director Federico.
Thank you, through the chair. I had a question for the CAO because I was trying to focus on, you were saying at one point, if you have a business license, then, in regards to enforcement, but then if you don't have a business license, you're in doing your enforcement, it's going to be a little bit more challenging, but we're going to do it anyways. Now, I'm making an assumption in regards to that language that that's an opt-in area, because for instance, an area like mine or that didn't opt in, if I didn't have business license, I would have nothing, and I don't have zoning, so.
Go ahead, CAO.
So if you don't have business licenses, we're still going to get complaints, which means the bylaw's still going to have to come. There's a cost associated with that. And then your taxpayer will have to pay for it. The general taxpayer will have to pay for it. And that's one reason why the province, it was important to me that I understand what are the rules that you can follow. And I went out of my way to try to find a senior management that actually knew what they were saying, because this is so new. We were hearing contradicting issues. If you're willing to have the general taxpayer pay for the complaints, that's fine then. But if you want the group that has the short-term rentals pay their own way, then you need a business license. So one of the rules, as all of you know, is we as local government cannot charge an excessive fee. We cannot make a profit. So it's just recouping our costs. And right now, based on that 10,000 foot level, I want to get closer, but it's going to be close. I don't want to sound cocky, but it will be around between $300 and $350 per license. And I'll talk about that later, and that is not, that would be not prorated because it's seasonal. It would be licensed for the year, and also the costs would be consistent across the board, not a tier basis.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm, and apologies for being confused, because it just seems that we go back and forth in regards to what's mandated, what is happening, and like for instance, and I'm not saying one way or the other, I'm saying, okay, I don't want anything until the dust settles. I'm kind of confused. I don't want it anything in area G. So now I'm still gonna have complaints, even though I didn't have business licenses. I didn't opt in. I have no problems as it stands right now with any of what's going on. But you're stating that it's mandated now that we have bylaw enforcement in place, even if we don't have a bylaw in our area to deal with short-term rentals.
No, what I'm
CAO, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, if you get a complaint about not unsightly noise bylaw, or just to have someone wanting to know what's going on here, that we'll have to address that. So it's your choice. If you don't want business licenses, that's your call. But there's no guarantee you're not going to get the neighbors to call and complain for one reason or another. That's what I'm saying. It's ultimately the business licensing part of it is to recoup the costs for any costs of bylaw, building inspection, anything like that. So if you're willing to say, I don't expect a lot of complaints from the neighbors, then no licenses required. But be aware, the provincial government highly recommends business licenses just for the control part of it.
Go ahead.
Again, just trying to, sorry, I've been up all night. My brain's mush. So then if we have a business license, we then have to articulate in the bylaw of that business license exactly what we consider to be, let's say, a rule or regulation, or that those people would be either compliant or non-compliant to, versus just saying like it's an unsightly premise. It would be like if it's been brought up earlier about parking or about, we've got a list of different things we could, but is there a bottom line that if you have a business license, the expectation that a business license has this caveat tied to it, that this is the expectation and it must be met, rather than just a fee?
Go ahead.
The bylaw, what I'll be recommending is that, so you're not all under one umbrella, that you'd have each specific bylaw with your restrictions in there. So you'd have input on how far you want to go into this.
So it could be tailored to the individual area.
And that's important, the tailoring, because each area is different. For what's good for one area, it doesn't work for another.
Okay. Director Federico? You're going to pass. Director Van Elfen, then.
Thank you. Through the chair, I personally believe that everyone should have a business license. Like in municipalities or in the cities or what have you, if I want to run a business, I need a business license. That gives bylaw teeth. So if I have a business license doing X, Y, Z, and I'm doing something different, bylaw has the right to revoke my business license and or apply penalties, which then would go on my taxes. But, you could have in a rural area, someone that's doing equipment repair, automotive repair, and next thing you know, it turns into an auto wrecker. Right now, you have no teeth in the game. Bylaw really has no authority. But with business license, I think they would have more authority.
Okay. Director Coyne Senior, and then Taylor.
So I'm not in favor of business licenses. I realize we have to have business licenses for short-term rentals, so I'm okay with that. But just kind of back to Director Roberts' query there as well, is if we don't give people a business license to operate a short-term rental under the new legislation, they're not allowed to book or to register on any of these sites. So I don't think we should be penalizing those folks by not having that available to them. Thank you.
Okay, Director Taylor?
Quick clarification, my understanding, business licenses are only required in the registration process if your area has said you require business licenses. I agree with Director Van Alpen that I would like to see I'd like to go down the path of business licenses, but I think I'd like to take it one step at a time. I know I'd like to take it one step at a time. I would like to see business licenses for short-term rentals stop. For now, let's figure out how that works, learn how to use it, and then start expanding to other things. I would like to see a pretty stripped down business license criteria in terms of, the added criteria that we might have. But you want to get to that later. And for me, it's primarily just compliance with provincial legislation relative to short-term rentals.
Okay, CAO?
If I may make a recommendation, what I would recommend is that all 9 of you have business licenses for short-term rental, but take your time on the rest of them, just because there's a lot to it. And in a lot of cases, you may not ever want business licenses for the other areas, but short-term rentals, if there's going to be a material increase in expenses, that's where it's going to be. If you don't want any business licenses, then it's a non-issue. It's going to, however, your taxpayers are going to pay. Not the taxpayers, not general government, not electoral area administration. It would be specific to each of your areas. Each of your areas would has a bylaw that would be charged the expenses, but also the revenue goes into each one of yours. So it's not going to be pooled into one service and then equally distributed back. Because in some cases, a lot of areas are going to have more revenue than others and more expenses than others. So at the end of the day, if the estimated, and while I think it's going to be close, we will fine tune the charges to reflect the expenses and have a small operational reserve to offset good years and offset bad years.
Okay. Director Gettins and then Director Coyne Jr.
Thanks to the chair. I just want to make sure, I feel like I've heard 2 different things from Director Coyne and Director Taylor, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear. If you have not opted in, your citizens do not require a business license in order to advertise on Airbnb or VRBO. Is that correct?
CAO?
Go ahead.
Ben, go ahead.
Our understanding is that business licenses are required where a jurisdiction has implemented a business licensing service. It does not relate to the opt-in question.
Okay, so then just as a quick follow-up, if an area does not opt in and does not have business licenses, then can those citizens still go on Airbnb?
CAO?
From what I believe, yes. However, the problem is that we're still going to get complaints. The bylaws, there's a bylaw expense that has to be recouped, and without business licenses, that bylaw expense goes to your general taxpayer.
Okay, and just as a final follow-up, is the idea here for business licenses, and this might be in the presentation because I think we've only seen 1 page, but is the business license intended to remove the TUP process for short-term rentals?
CAO.
That is one of your options. You don't have to. As I stated earlier, the TUP, you and the neighbors have more of a control because they can actually come in and talk to the board if it's something that they don't want. If you eliminate TUPs in favor of business licenses, then what you have to do is the controls are in the bylaw. And that's the only time the taxpayer or the clients have an ability to speak to what would have been the TUP.
Okay. Director Coyne Jr. and then I seen a hand from Canodal, but go ahead.
Yeah, I got a comment and a question to the CAO. first one is if you keep the TUP or some sort of permitting, you actually have way more control for your neighborhood than you did before and or by opting in. So you have a lot more in public input. But the second part is, Jim, if so say some of the communities, the unincorporated communities, if you wanted to have business licenses, just say for OK Falls Town Center, can you have business licenses just for that and then not the rural areas of OK Falls or Naramata or, wherever we have like municipalities without municipalities?
CAO?
Yes, that's a control that municipalities have right now. For instance, if in City of Penticton, if someone wants to build a gas station across the street from me, luckily Penticton's bylaw won't allow that because you're restricted it to specific areas. So you have a lot of control.
But what I was asking is if like the unincorporated areas, if they wanted to opt into a business license program, could they just be in certain areas? Does it have to be everywhere? Like could Tulameen have a business license, but not say, Princeton Fringe, for instance?
Answer is yes. You can restrict it.
Okay, it gets a little more complicated, but it can be done. Director Knodel and then Conans?
My question was answered. Thank you.
Okay, Director Conans?
Yes, just a question concerning the administration. I understand through the chair that this is user pay, but what I want to know is with the business licensing system, are we going to be creating a new department? Are we going to be hiring new administration that is going to be at cost for the entire board? Is it also going to be, are we going to need to hire more bylaw?
CAO?
So I can speak to the administration part. We've got some really good staff that came from municipalities. Got one right over here that worked for City of Peachland and City of Penticton, and she's awesome. I don't anticipate having additional staff at the administration level. As far as bylaws concerned, that's an unknown. So when I calculated that $300 to $350, the reason there's a variance in there because that could mean a new bylaw person. The idea for those business licenses is to be able to recoup any costs. So the bylaw person, if it turns out in a year from now that we're inundated with calls and can't handle the day-to-day bylaw complaints, we will come back to the board and ask for, through the FTE requests for that. But the costs will be recouped from the business license fees. And that's why it's important to have a business license charge.
Go ahead.
Just as a follow-up, I haven't heard once mentioned during this conversation through the chair, the provincial enforcement team that is going to be handling those complaints.
So
Go ahead, CAO.
So what I understand is they're currently going to start with 4. Also, from in a meeting that we had, that also we asked who keeps the money for the provincial enforcement. They do. When they do it, one of the things that I asked the question when I had my meeting with the senior manager is, okay, you keep the funds for your penalties. How are you going to enforce? Like what I'm worried about is the way they enforce could be just picking up the phone and phoning us and saying this place on XYZ Avenue is not compliant. Go fix it. And that's a major concern of me. So it's going to be a wait and learn.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Director Taylor.
Just in addition to the 4 people piece was raised at Silga, and I think it was really somewhat misleading. They have hired 4 people as of May 1st. They have an intention for a 12-person team. So I think we need to, yeah, for sure, but not 4. All right? I mean, just like we've hired 11 people. How many have we got hired so far?
Yeah. Director Coyne Sr.
Yeah, so sorry, I was misled. Or misunderstood. I thought we had to have, that people had to have a business license to be part of Airbnb or Verbo from the original information that we got. So my apologies for not getting that correct. So that makes me rethink the whole thing here, just because of the geographic area that we're in out here. I really have to think about this one a little bit more, because if we continue on with the TUP process, which I understand is, it's a lot of work for planning and whatnot, but it seems to be very thorough. And the license fee is, I understand that it's for policing the licensing, but if we don't have to have the licensing, and if we can't at a reasonable cost do that license enforcement, I don't know. It makes me do a lot more thinking about this, because it's a heck of a long ways for somebody to drive from Penticton all the way out to Eastgate, or as far up as Headwaters, or out Elkhart. Those are long drives, and I don't know that it's really worth our time and effort to do this. I have to rethink this whole thing again, because I misunderstood. I thought we had to have them if people were allowed to be on Airbnb. So anyways, thank you.
Okay, Director Bloomfield and then Director Gilbert, and I've got others here. Go ahead.
Thank you. And there is still quite a bit of confusion about, the requirements of the provincial government. I think that they do have some literature out where they say that the business license number has to be displayed, but maybe there's provisions where they don't require a business license number to be displayed if there isn't a provision to have one in the area that they're in. The way I see it, the argument between business license and TUPs is, basically have one or the other. The TUP process is fairly cumbersome, it's time consuming, and it's a political decision as to whether you grant one or not. The business license is policy and protocol, and has to be adhered to. And so, it's, it doesn't even reach this table. So I think that they're the main differences, and the cost of a business license. Well, I guess that depends if you keep the TUP as well, because there's a significant cost to the TUP. So, that's supposed to cover some of the enforcement. So if you keep a TUP and have a business license as well, then maybe that affects the cost of the business license. Or if you do away with the TUP, then that greatly affects the business license. I would encourage you to have a look at the vacation rental section of the city of Penticton in our business license bylaw. There is a section for vacation rentals, and it's fairly simple, but it's fairly concise, and it deals with advising the neighbors, and then an annual renewal based on the history of that operation. So just some thoughts there to think about, maybe take to the workshop. Yeah.
Okay. I've got several. Director Gilbert?
Thank you through the chair. Just a question in regards to just timeline. If I was someone to have either do a TUP or a business license, what would be the time frame in days and weeks for a TUP compared to a business license?
Go ahead.
So in optimal circumstances, a temporary use permit, given the notification requirements and board schedule, it generally takes approximately 6 to 8 weeks from the point that we receive a complete application until the board will see that application.
Go ahead. And then a quick follow-up, thanks through the chair. And then what would it be the time frame hypothetically for a business license?
Go ahead, CAO.
Can I phone the city of Penticton and ask? Mark, can you answer that?
So I can try and provide some input on that. So I would say 2 to 3 weeks, because we would still have to do a safety inspection on the place, depending on what the review requirements are. So there's still some details to be worked out about how in-depth we want to get for the short-term rentals and how much we want to review, whether we're looking at septic confirmation or whether we do away with that. Now, I know Chris was going to bring that up, and so there's still some details to work out there. And of course, those reviews would take a bit longer to schedule and get out there. And then if they get hung up with unlawful construction and other things, but just sticking to short-term rentals, 2 to 3 weeks should be doable.
Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, and I think just as a comment, I think this is the point of the difference between a TUP and a business license is that you're creating certainty for people in the community. That it might take 6 to 8 weeks to do a TUP, but then who knows, that might get punted down another few weeks if there's a motion to have more information come up where a business license is giving certainty to people in the community to say, if you do this, it's going to take 2 to 3 weeks to get your business license. It doesn't go to the board, and you can get that license as long as you follow these policies.
That's a good point. Director Federico, and then go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Mr. Petrie, Mr. Petrie, do you mind chatting a little bit about what business licensing enforcement might look like and how your bylaw team might address a complaint if they don't have one?
Go ahead.
So a lot of those details are still to be worked out, but it'd be fairly typical. We'd receive a complaint, we'd attend the site, try and confirm. And then I believe if they didn't have a license, we're supposed to provide it to the province through the portal if they've opted in. So there's going to be a whole bunch of different administration processes depending on which area went which way. So there's a lot of those processes to be developed. But if you're opted in, we can supply it to the province and through the request through the portal, and then they would remove it. And we could issue fines if they continue operating without a business license.
Okay. Director Bush, then Robert.
I just wanted to ask, what's a short-term rental business license in Penticton cost, just as a comparison?
Good question, by the sounds of it.
You got me there. I can take a few minutes to look it up, but there you go.
CAO maybe has the answer.
I anticipated that question. So they have 3 tiers, short-term vacation rental, and it's $260. So that's renting 30 days or less with 2 people in the property at any given time. Short-term rental major per year, $515. That is more than 30 days and more than 2 people. And then there's short-term vacation rental major high occupancy. So that's more than 4 people, and that's $775. What I would recommend if the board goes through it is have a weighted average. And I'm looking at between 300 and 350 right now, depending on what the board determines.
Okay. Director Roberts.
Thank you. And I'd like to, through the chair, ask the question, again, there's all these questions, there's things of building. We'd like to see, for instance, I know Director Bush and I would like to be close in regards to the choices and decisions that we make, because again, we're pretty much one entity in the south in regards to the types of locations, the grounds and the businesses that are there. Now, we had plans in the past, and I don't know if it's still on the Gantt chart. I should look for the vacation rental review. And, it's for me wanting to have a better understanding of where things are at before I make a decision. Because as far as I'm concerned right now is I could just opt out of everything right now, watch, wait for the dust to settle and kind of like build the platform. Because again, I don't have zoning. And, not like a lot of, we're not like some of the other communities. And as zoning is coming into our area, I don't want to put my cart before the horse, like create bylaws and restrictions that then, of course, then form the pattern for my future zoning or vice versa. Like, I've got a lot to kind of figure out here. And, I don't want to get ahead of myself. So is there a vacation rental review coming? And because if there is so, I'd most likely, I would like to wait for that to happen because it would give me a lot more information and understanding. Thank you.
CAO or staff? Go ahead.
The vacation rental review is still a strategic project that's listed on the Gantt chart. I believe the most recent recommendation from Planning and Development Committee back in April was that we would revisit the vacation rental review after this workshop.
Okay, I seem to recall that myself. Director Taylor and then Van Elfen?
Just, I think the stats that we've received, and I really want to thank staff for providing that to us because I think that's very helpful. I think it would be, I mean, the reason why we're doing this in part is because maybe not right in our neighborhood, but province-wide and worldwide, this is becoming a problem in a number of areas. So, you know, Area H presently has 96. I don't know how many you had even 4 years ago. Right now, Area D is rated as having 130. 4 years ago, we had 18. So from my perspective, this is an effort to get a handle on this and regulate an industry just like most other industries are regulated.
Okay, Director Van Elfen? And then
Thank you. Through the chair, just a question to staff then. So if I apply for a business license, that's going to trigger health and safety, right? They're going to come out and inspect my residence and make sure it's up to code and egress and fire safety and all those things. Does that happen with a TUP?
go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so currently with temporary use permits, we have a number of application requirements. So that would include confirmation of adequate on-site septic, health and safety inspections, which are currently conducted by our building inspection department. In addition to that, we also have issuance criteria listed in the Okanagan Valley official community plans, which speak to certain requirements that the board will consider before issuing the permit. So that would include benefit to the neighborhood, impacts to the natural environment, and so on.
Okay. I got Director Gettens, and then I think we, go ahead, Director Gettens.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just as a follow-up to Director Van Alpen's question, our business license would only trigger a health and safety inspection if that was part of the criteria that we put into our business license. It's not an automatic. We would have to have that be part of the criteria. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's correct. The bylaw would dictate.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Director Bush?
So does that mean we could have separate areas, different bylaws then?
That's
correct.
the intent.
That's correct, yes.
I'm in favor of the business licenses. I didn't have no idea that we had this many businesses in my area or short-term rentals. And I'm aware that we have dark houses that are owned by out-of-town people and they're renting them out and there's no person living there. There's no manager. There's no recourse at all. And I'm almost thinking now if I should be opting into the government regulations because we basically have none right now, and it is a problem. Thank you.
Okay, well, the opt-in could happen next year. Can't go this year, but that's a consideration. Director Knodel?
Well, question whether we actually have numbers on how many of these in our areas are in agricultural areas because they have their own exemption.
I'm not sure that that's broken down, but I'll ask Mr. Petrie.
No, we just did a really rough count based on the AirDNA website. So it would take a lot of work to dig into each one to see where it was located, determine the zoning. It would be a massive job. Maybe through the vacation rental review, that would be an appropriate time to try and break that down.
Okay.
It'll make quite a difference, I think, if we, know what ones are allowed as opposed to what ones have to be zoned in.
Yeah. Yeah, that may make a difference for areas like B. Go ahead, Director Bush.
So are we saying that farmers wouldn't have to have a business license?
You could still require a business license of them, but it's dependent. Go ahead, CAO.
I couldn't have said it better. Yes, that's exactly what it's dependent on what the directors and the electoral areas want. You have total control.
Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Just on this, Director Bush, the opting in thing is on the principal residence, and the farming land use thing is same way on the principal residence. So, I mean, you could have a guy on a farm with 3 places, none of them are his principal residence.
No, but at least he's there.
Yeah.
Director Bloomfield, and then I think we should move on here.
Just want to clarify for a little bit, if I can, for Director Bush, that the provincial regulations, they exempt property that is on Class 9, I think it's Class 9 or Class 6 farmland. If it's on farmland, then it's exempt from the principal residence regulations of the provincial government's Short-Term Rental Act. You, however, can include it in a bylaw for business licenses, or you could include it for requirements under for a TUB as well. So you have some control over agricultural properties, even though there's no control from the province, if that's clear.
Yeah. Okay. CAO, is there anything further on this?
Just if you wish to wait and make a decision at a later point, staff can bring back a report asking where each area is, or you can vote in now or out for business licenses for short-term rental only.
Okay. I think there's a few that are hesitant to do it today, so maybe we better just hold off on that for the time being. But Director Coyne and then Gettins.
So is this the workshop that we're doing right now, or are we going to have another workshop with the people that are involved in this?
CAO?
It's whatever the board wishes. As far as the people are involved in this, it's you. We've got staff is here to give you all the information. There's a lot of information for you to decide on, a lot of decisions to make. And it is not fair to say you have to make it now. I really didn't expect 100% consensus that you're going to decide in or out. Bottom line is this is step 1 as far as I'm concerned. And you could come in at a next meeting, or I wouldn't do the next meeting, but the meeting after, with a report that has all the decisions. So this is just the first decision. There's other decisions that you're going to be asked that you may want to consider. Some of them may be outright no, and that will make it easier for the next meeting.
Okay. So it is
because we got
a
new
workshop.
information today. So I'm just kind of, I need a lot more time to work on this.
So one thing I do want to add is that the miscommunications or the issues that we had is the province did state at one point that you needed a business license when you advertise. So at that point, it was stated, well, you do need it. You have no choice. Well, now they're saying, no, you don't need a business license, but they have to register with the provincial license, which is just another control.
Yeah. It's definitely changed. I've got Director Gettins and then Director Monteith.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to provide a little bit of direction for Area F. So just to help staff with the next stage, because there is so much information, but because Area F opted in, the main reason we opted in was to deter speculators from buying up property in West Bench and Felder and Meadow Valley and holding them on just for short-term rentals. The other reason that Area F opted in was to help citizens who live in Area F and support them to occasionally rent out their place to generate some extra income. So you're going to take your family on a 2-week holiday and you want to rent out your house, great. You want to go camping down at Banbury and rent it out for Ironman, excellent. So the process for the business license for Area F, it cannot be onerous and it can't be too costly because it has to make sense for the percent of the citizens who are going to follow the rules and do the right thing. There are always going to be citizens that figure out how to work around it, but I'm really thinking about the citizens that live here and just looking to make a little bit of extra money while they take their family on holiday. I really want to use the same definitions that the province has provided for what is a short-term rental, what is a primary residence. They're promising a lot of enforcement at the provincial level, so I don't want to overcomplicate that. So for example, you had talked earlier, CEO, about a minor and major licensing. So unless we have the data from the province on how many days a property is rented out for, there's no way for us to know that at the RDOS. We're not going to track that information. So I think a pilot has to be simple and easy, and then we review it after a year. I'm happy with citizens self-declaring it's their primary residence. If they want to deal with the province and the fees because they're not going to be truthful, that's on them. I'm happy just to have one license. It doesn't matter to me how many days you rent out your property because really it is for the citizens that live here full time. And if you're gonna take advantage of that and do it more than 90 days, then that's on you to deal with the province. So I just want to give that direction that I'm really looking for something simple and easy, and we can improve upon it as we need to. But for Area F, that's what I'm looking for. Also the self-evaluation, like as far as health and safety inspections go, I think citizens need to do a self-evaluation and do a checkbox and sign in and say, yep, we got fire detectors, we've got all those things that work. I don't really want to see us spending a lot of time going and inspecting private homes or their septics. I think citizens have that capacity. They need to work with their insurers. Like there's so many things we can just advise and not take ownership of. So I just wanted to put that direction in. I'm liking less than a couple $100, $300 for this to make it make sense for the citizens that are going to do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Director Gettin stole my thunder. Exactly, 100% echo. The TUP process did not work for Area I, and that's been very evident by my community, so completely agree.
Okay. Director Taylor?
Very similar to area I and D, I and E, I and F, whatever, alphabet soup. I want to clarify, we do get the information. I think we get it monthly from the province. So we are able to see, staff would quite easily be able to see, do a sort and find out who in our area is less than 30 days or whatever. So I don't want to make that a sticking point right now. Just for the benefit of the board, I think probably our 3 areas could come up with a process that would work for ourselves fairly easily. And don't think we're ready to sign and date that today, but probably 75% there.
Okay. Director Federico?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm in the same position as Director Coyne. I think, well, and a few of us, that having a workshop to further discuss this would be good. So I'll make a motion that any directors who would like to attend a workshop to kind of discuss this and hash this out with staff to kind of help work through this process, that a date is set for us to sit and talk. It's open to whoever wants to attend. If you don't want to come, don't come. But just for us to be able to bounce some ideas off of one another, because this is overwhelming. There's a lot going on, and I think we're all approaching it in different ways. And so I would appreciate the extra conversation. So I'll put that motion out there.
Okay.
That was the second, but do we even need a motion?
CAO, I don't believe so. If they want to organize one.
We'll do a poll to see what the state is and then send out an invitation.
Okay, fair enough on that. Not seeing any more hands, and it is time to take a break here. So I am going to recess for now, and we can have lunch. Okay, if we could start making our way back to our chairs, we'll get started. And we're going into environment and infrastructure, so I'm going to turn it over to Director Taylor. It's over to you, Director Taylor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's call this meeting to order. Thank you. 12:25. So this is a meeting of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. First off, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda. And just before we vote on that, I'm just going to ask if we can move D up ahead of C, just because in the interest of time, I want to ensure that we get D dealt with. We're okay with that? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. It's carried. All right, so we'll go into the first session, which is a delegation. Who is going to introduce? All right. I will introduce. Thank you. We work well as a team. I have Lindsay Hainstock and Jake Turek from the BC Ministry of Agriculture to talk to us on agricultural die-off. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry, we were just joking that we're the provincial government. We're not used to high technology. So thank you. Actually, really appreciate this opportunity to speak and have this dialogue, knowing, is it too loud? Okay, I'm used to being loud. That knowing all the rumors going out there, there's a lot of news articles on what's happening with a lot of our crops out there. So focusing mostly on vineyards, orchards, and what that could mean for your facilities and what we're hearing has happened in the last year. So would love to address that with, hopefully give you guys some more information. My counterpart here, Jake, is our waste management engineer with the province. And then my role specifically is, I've got two right now, working as the regional agrologist for the South Okanagan and the boundary areas. So that has to do everything agriculture. But then I'm also wearing the hat as the grape specialist. So working on industry issues specific to the grape industry. I guess point that, whoops, sorry, technology. Okay, so just to give you an idea of some of the things we'll run through then, there's a few different avenues to touch on and how this can impact waste facilities here. So there was the freeze events that we know happened. The ministry ourselves, we've had some replant programs that has encouraged certain behaviors, as well as there's some environmental considerations that come into play when producers are making decisions as to what to do with their vegetative waste. And then of course end with what as a ministry can we actually do to help support what's going on. So what happened? Back in 2022 in December, I'm sure many of you remember that there was a significant freeze event that caused a lot of damage in smaller areas. So we had microclimates that had significant damage and not as widespread as what we saw recently. So just to give you an idea of scale of the damage, the first point there is the total acreage in the South Okanagan and Similkameen that we're aware of by commodity. So for grapes, you can see there's a total of about 8,340 acres in the South Okanagan. And when I say South Okanagan, I'm meaning like from Summerland down to Osoyoos. And then Similkameen separately at 767 acres. This is based on the BC Wine Grape Council's annual acreage report that was last put out for 2022. The other numbers there of tree fruits that comes from one of our internal ministry acreage reports we did in 2021, where we did a scan of all the different resources out there to get a better idea. So that just gives you an idea of the scale of what is out there producing right now. That doesn't necessarily mean all of this is lost and coming into you guys to deal with. So in December in 2022, there was a lot of loss. There was a lot of news that happened around that, but really it was around crop loss. And so when we deal with, of course, tree fruits, these are perennial crops. And so there's two different levels of damage usually when we're looking at this. There's the loss of the actual crop, but the plant itself has survived to live another year and produce another crop. And you're not going to see them pulling out their orchards or vineyards based on that normally. So in 2022, yes, 50% of the grape crop was lost across the Okanagan, but really that only translated to about 10% of the vines were lost. Where you probably saw a huge increase, or we're hearing about the increase in vegetative waste coming in from producers to your landfills, was we as a ministry also had what we called the Perennial Crop Renewal Program. And this program had 3 different streams of funding to it. So the first one, we did opportunity assessments with different perennial crops so that way they could apply then further for removal or replant with further funding. So the second component was this stream 2, where we were actually paying producers to remove crops. And so if they had reasons for like either disease, damage, low producing, low returns, wrong varieties, they were going to get $5,000 an acre to remove that crop. Needless to say, it was a very popular program and quickly became oversubscribed, and we actually had to shut down the funding on that one. So that's where you probably saw a huge run of people racing to now suddenly make that decision to pull out. Now, part of the idea of why we had $5,000 per acre is we knew that there is certain things like tipping fees when we're dealing with treated posts or some of the wires that are involved with the trellis systems with these orchards and vineyards. Whether that translated into people using the money for that, I am not sure. We unfortunately don't have that follow-up, but we have learned a lot of lessons from that program. So what actually resulted, I tried to break it down for just the tree fruits like the orchards and the grapes that would actually be in the RDOS catchment. And so it worked out to 138 acres of tree fruits applied for removals and 194 acres of grapevines applied for removals. So what does this mean in terms of bulk volume? So when we're dealing with orchards and vineyards, there is, of course, the annual process of pruning that creates a lot of vegetative waste. We have had a lot of programs where we've tried to encourage things like flail mowing, and this has become a lot more popular for dealing with the prunings because it's returning the organic matter back into the soil, which is very beneficial for a lot of our production systems. Not to mention it's cost effective for the grower a lot of the time. What we also know is with vineyards, it's a smaller plant that you're dealing with at the vine. And if it's a weak vineyard, that's often the choice that producers will go to is they'll just rip out the vines and flail mow them back into the soil. Burning, of course, we know is also a cheap method that a lot of people use to get rid of this vegetative matter. We're finding this trickier and trickier for producers. As you know, of course, the burn ban is already in place, so nobody is able to deal with their vegetative waste that way, and also quite limited due to venting days. So they have a limited window as to when they can actually dispose of the waste this way. So takes you to landfills. A lot of people bringing in their waste to have it put into the compost facilities. One of the things, the orchards, you'll see the third point right there, right off the bat, they are not allowed to burn stumps when they're talking about these large orchard removals. So when you're getting into things like peaches, cherries, or older apple plantings where it's at lower density, you're dealing with a much larger stump. Those stumps can smolder and burn for several days, and that's why you're not allowed to often burn them because it's just considered too high of a risk. So there is no other options except to bring them into the landfill or sometimes when there's been chipping programs run. For vineyards, so we've been working with your waste manager to try and quantify a little bit, and thankfully the research station up in Summerland has some researchers actually looking a lot more into this. As a lot of discussions around carbon sequestration are happening, we want to start to get a better handle of what actually is meant when we talk about the vegetative waste with orchards and vineyards. So general guidelines for vineyards, usually per acre is about 20 yards if you're talking about what they're loading onto a truck, or it works out to about 4 tons an acre. For orchards, it can range, again, like I said, you have those high density skinny little trees we see on trellises out there, which are of course much lighter, or the big old apple trees, or if we're talking cherries, peaches. So you're going to have a range of anywhere from 5 tons, similar to the vineyards, up to even 100 tons per acre, depending. So of course, the biggest thing for producers, usually when we're trying to work with them to make better choices, it's coming down to cost and time. So what is it going to cost them and how much of their time is it going to take to deal with it? So where are we at right now? And this is probably where you guys are hearing a lot of news stories right now about what the losses are. We, of course, as a ministry, have a business risk management program that a lot of producers subscribe to, so that when they have one of these extreme one-off weather events, that there is some sort of coverage to help compensate with these losses. So I've reached out internally to them to try and get an idea of what they're seeing, because they actually have boots on the ground out there auditing and looking at the damage to assess it. So from the January freeze event, Again, this is similar to 2022 in the sense that it's the crop loss that we're hearing the most about. So yes, it is true. We've probably, in the Okanagan, Similkameen areas, have lost 95% of the wine grape crop out there. Does that necessarily mean that you're going to see those vines coming out? Not so. We're waiting to see. We don't have the full answers at this point right now because with, of course, vines, we know they have primary, secondary, and then these tertiary buds that can push. So it's a lot of those first and second buds that have been lost. And when we're getting down to the tertiary buds, they can be a little bit later to come out. So we're still in the assessment stages right now to see what is, or how extensive, I should say, is the damage out there. But a lot of people are waiting to see if the vines can be salvaged. That is going to be the first choice for most people because it is quite costly to replant. Not to mention, there's a limited amount of supply out there. There's only so many nurseries producing clean plant material and the varieties or the rootstocks that we want to be growing in the Okanagan. As a ministry, I'll get into the replant program discussion too in a minute. So what we know so far from what I've heard from our business risk management program or the production insurance you hear is that they are anticipating potentially up to 50% of some vines in some areas, but that is going to be more up north. So it's more in the northern Okanagan that we're seeing that really, really significant damage where none of their vines are starting to push right now. Down here in the southern Okanagan, it's a lot more mixed for what we're starting to hear. So we don't, again, I'm sorry, I don't have a full answer for you right now as to what we're expecting. But I know most vineyards are hoping to see something push instead of having to push to replant. Which brings me to, you've probably heard the announcement then from the ministry of a $70 million replant program that's coming out. So if I can break that one down for you, we're hoping to have that launched in September this year because we know there's an impending election coming. So we want to get things out and moving so it doesn't get stalled out for producers. I'm glad you guys can appreciate that one. Where we're at with this right now, so $23 million of that is earmarked specifically for the grape industry for replants. And then there's going to be a breakdown of the rest of that funding. It's going to be about, I think, $23 million towards tree fruit. So that'll encompass, of course, the apples, the cherries, the peaches, the plums, the prunes, everything out there. And then the rest is going to go to things like blueberries, raspberries, and cranberries. So it's not the full $70 million to try and encourage the whole grape industry to pull out. This is going to be spread out across several commodities. What we're looking at with this program, we likely will not have the removal component to it. We are still in the program design phase to figure out exactly what the industry would like to see with this funding, but we are pushing towards the funding would be focused more on just the plant costs. So some sort of cost share arrangement around plant costs. Like I said, one of the limiting factors out there is actually how many nurseries and how much planting material is actually available. So although we might hear wide scale damage out there, it doesn't necessarily mean there's actually enough planting material for everyone to just rip out and replant their vineyards. The other component of it is there is $1.2 million specifically for the grape industry to form a task force to try and do a long-term vision of what actually is more sustainable. So doing a deeper dive into what is the research out there, what do we need to start looking into more as to what varieties are actually better suited for our environment here so that we're not facing the same problem year after year, because it's not a question of if it's going to happen again, it's when. And as we can see, these things seem to be happening more frequently, and it's certainly happened in the past before years ago. So trying to do a better look at this as to how to manage this more long-term. But yes, we definitely anticipating some replant program coming out. Again, through the business risk management program, though, with production insurance, those people who did have coverage will also be getting reimbursed for any losses. And so there are people making those choices right now as to whether to just pull out the block. And so moving on here, what we can do. Some other programs, because where the RDOS, it was great. Andrew reached out to us first to say, where can the ministry help with some of this waste volume that's coming in? And so one of the biggest programs we have and most consistent programs that producers can count on every year, it's been around for years, it's going to be around for years, is the Environmental Farm Plan Program. So this was basically the ministry looked at it. We could go in with a stick with some of the regulations, or we could go in with a carrot to try and encourage people to do better management practices on the farm. We went with the carrot, thankfully. So this is, like you can see on here, eligibility. We're targeting farms, ranches, Harvey farms, anyone with farm status or on ALR land. It includes First Nations, to try and become more familiar with the regulations around their operations and then find ways to help them with that. So the goal, like I said, is to improve on-farm awareness of agro-environmental risks and encouraging beneficial practices. So how this works is basically there is a booklet and an environmental farm planner comes out to the farm. They go through the entire book. It works them through all the different regulations out there and identifies where there might be needs on that farm for support to implement one of these beneficial management practices. So, that one got a little bit squished, that front slide, sorry. So I thought it might just be helpful to show you some of the beneficial management practices out there that individual producers can apply for funding to help with some of these issues around this waste management idea. And so it is actually a 50% cost share with the funding program. And so you'll see on here that it includes things like composting of agriculture waste residuals, improved residual management, wood residue management, so the use of chippers or forced air burners, also known as the curtain burners that we've been working with. So this is where we try to, or the flail mowers I talked about, that we try to encourage producers of some ways that they can manage their waste themselves on their orchards or vineyards, and actually in a way, hopefully to reuse that waste on their own facilities. Like I said, organic matter is a huge issue for all the farms here in the Okanagan, that we're always looking for ways to return that back to the soil. I just thought for fun too, because the other big topics we often hear about is there's a lot of money for irrigation improvements. They've actually improved the funding of that. It's actually up to 75% now for a lot of irrigation projects. And then gas emission reduction projects. So things like converting from gas or diesel use to electric versions. So ways we can help as a ministry, basically what we're here to offer is communication, of course, because we have those touch points with the various industries and we're in regular communication with them. We can distribute and get out information. So any programs that are put in place around the waste facilities, we've been talking about different ideas that we can try and get that word out and have those conversations with producers to create that awareness and get that buy-in. Second ways we can help input. So again, like I said, I alluded to this. So working with your staff on trying to make sure that when they are developing these programs, that agriculture lens is applied to it and taken into consideration so that we can try and design the programs to work best for everybody. And then the third one is promoting alternatives. So again, working through those funding programs that we already have in place as to how we can encourage alternative choices sometimes with producers as well. So that was kind of the quick rundown of everything. And this is the many ways to get in touch with us, or if you have people that have questions with any of these, you can absolutely, the best way to direct them is to our AgriService BC. There's a regular e-bulletin that people can stay in touch with what's regularly happening with their different programs. And I'll maybe just I can skip to that one, or we'll go back to this one if you want, and just leave it there for questions.
Okay, that's over here, James. Go ahead, Director Miller.
Thanks, Director Taylor. I appreciate the presentation. Well, my question is I believe you said 27 million for grapes.
23 million.
Or,
yeah.
I beg your pardon, thank you. 23 million for grapes, which to me sounds like a lot of money. But realistically, spread over the province, what are the chances of Ma and Pa winery that's been wiped out in the South Okanagan actually seeing some of that? Like, is that a substantial amount when you consider the number of wineries we do have across the province? And as I said, how does that get allocated? So it's, I guess, kind of a three-part question.
No, and that's great. Sorry, go ahead. Thank you for that. You actually flagged some things in my brain that it would be good to clear up with you as well. This is one of the big topics that we're discussing with industry right now, as to how to create that equity, because you're right, especially in the grape industry, you have people who are down at 1 to 3 acres, and then we've got organizations that are up to 1,000 acres. So how do you make sure that that funding is distributed evenly? And then the other goal of the program I forgot to mention is we don't want this to be a one-off this year. The intention with this 23 million is for it to last over the next, hopefully 3 to 4 years, so that we can encourage that better planning. We don't want the knee-jerk reaction of just people racing in to use the money and put whatever they can get their hands on into the ground. So this is where that idea of the discussions and the task force around looking for that longer vision of the industry of what are the better choices to be putting in to encourage sustainability would come into play, is that we're hoping to design the program so that it will actually last for a longer period of time and be able to reach everybody so that everybody can take advantage of it, I guess is the best way to say it. The other component that you flagged for me, thank you, is the intention of the replant program. And this is where a lot of misunderstandings are coming around it. So I appreciate you bringing this up so I can clarify this too, is this is not intended to be a response to the freeze. It's come out that way and a lot of people are taking it as that. There's already the business risk management programs that we have to deal with these sorts of extreme weather events or one-off losses that happens to producers. And we don't want to certainly bring in another funding program that's going to just undermine a program that already exists. So the intention of this is supposed to be for people identifying, we've heard a lot about viruses. There's red blotch disease, there's the grapefruit leaf roll virus, there's a lot of trunk diseases, that the idea would be those blocks that are not economical anymore because the production's either declining because of these or to stop the spread of viruses. So encouraging producers to pull those out and replace them is really more the intent of this program.
Thank you. Lindsay? Question from Director Van Alphen.
Thank you, through the chair. So you talked about a task force of like growers or to identify what type of varietals would do best. Would part of this task force also possibly look at the type of land? We have land out there today that once was forestry grazing. You know, you could grow grass, but grapes, not so much. But they've planted it all in grapes. They've lost them all because of the elevations, frost pockets, what have you. It was never, you know, it became great grape land because economically it was better than this land. So now they've lost their entire crops and they got their hand out. Please, give me a whole bunch of money to replant this land that really shouldn't be suited for grape production. That's one thing. The other question I have is, do you have to have the environmental plan to apply for grants?
Sure. Would you like me to answer? Yeah, so the first one about the task force, I can't actually answer any specifics as to what the task force will address because it's actually money being given to the industry. So this is going to be industry driven. So the idea is for them to come up with what they feel is important around production. And that is the one focus we've given, is it's around production. So from what I've heard, I anticipate that they'll be looking at things like that. It's going to come down to, sorry, that will be a big component of it is, yeah, I mean, everybody refers 2 years ago, the wonderful grape atlas that we had that came out in the 80s and people still to this day use it. And so that kind of idea, but again, it's going to come from industry on that one. The second part of the question, sorry, can you repeat again? Oh, the environmental farm plan, thank you. So to access the beneficial management funding, yes, you need to do the environmental farm plan first. Yeah, for this replant program, we're in discussions as to whether you would need that. If anything, it would be more of a priority, that may be a scoring, but not necessarily a requirement. You're welcome.
Okay, I think I saw Director Roberts, and then I've got Director Bloomfield, and then Director Bush. And look, I'll just add one other point here. We've got a pretty packed agenda here, so, all right. Oh, the other chair, the big chair has given me approval to go a little longer. Keep going.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. Following up on Director Miller's in regards to, like you said, the mom and pop vineyards. Like, for instance, I have a 3-acre organic orchard. Of course, it's not feeding my family other than what it produces and then what we sell if I got 600 trees. But I can't afford to, you know, like, I'm trying to manage the diseases. I'm looking after different things, but I can't buy equipment. You know, so when you're looking at, even when you're saying, oh, 50% or something like that, I can't replant. I'm fortunate enough that 3 years ago, I ordered a bunch of new peach trees, which now, instead of being a different block, are just going to be replacing what I lost. But, you know, it's too small to insure. So there's a lot of places that, you know, you have these small family orchards and things that people want to maintain in the family. We love the lifestyle, and also around sustainable living and food. You know, versus, even though it's nice to have our wine as well. But, you know, how do you deal with those kinds of farms when you're like, I'd love to be able to replace my, you know, antiquated irrigation system.
Ms. Ainsop.
Absolutely. I guess I can only go, like I said, we're in the process of designing the program right now, so I can't give you specifics at this time, but I can say past programs, the minimum acreage requirement's been 1 acre. So anyone with 1 acre or more can apply to the program for funding and qualify. In terms of what can we do for mom and pops? I mean, they're definitely part of our agricultural matrix or mosaic that we're all dealing with. And so we do try to reach with them. That's where, I guess, usually first steps is usually we have a lot of assistance with business planning. And so trying to look at ways of how can we build a business plan to get you to that stage where you can afford some of these upgrades that you want to do for your advice. Other programs, looking at AgriInvest to try and as a way for people to put away money to build again towards these sorts of plans. But yeah, I think those kind of things we kind of have to work with people on a case by case basis, because there's so many different funding opportunities of different ways we could come at that to help with that sort of situation. And that's where, as a regional agrologist, I often will try to work with people to try and help them find solutions with that. But in terms of the replant program itself, it's still being designed. We are certainly trying to target people like that as well, like yourself, to make it available. And past programs have gone down to the 1 acre.
Thank you. I have Director Bloomfield, Bush and Coyne.
Thank you, and through the chair. You're with BC Agricultural Ministry of Agriculture. How much do you work in tandem with the federal ministry at the Agricultural Research Centre in Summerland?
That's great. That's the fun part of the job. Yeah. No, we do try to work quite a bit with them. It's wonderful actually having that collaboration. In my past life, before I went and worked for the ministry, I was working with BC True Fruits Cooperative for years as one of their field service, and they are amazing for reaching out because they need that connection as well to the agricultural community a lot of the times for their research, and then vice versa. So I know, like one of the projects I'm working on right now is improving the production guides that we have for some of the different commodities. So the great best management practicing guides. So the researchers are also part of those sorts of committees to help inform. And then, like I mentioned, with this sort of replant idea and waste management, they then get their ideas sometimes of where is that research need that we need to help inform some of these programs. So they have Dr. Ben Min up there, who's actually looking at varieties and grapes and actually doing the climate data with that. And we have Dr. Kirsten Hannum, she's one of the ones who's directly been doing a lot of this carbon sequestration work and helped me actually with some of those figures for what some of the research is showing for actual weights. Yeah, so it's a great working relationship.
Good, thank you. That's what we'd like to hear. I have Director Bush.
Thank you. So I'm in favor of helping out a lot of what Director Miller said, the mom-and-pop operations, but I'm really concerned about out-of-country owners of these wineries, because we're getting a lot of them. And, you know, they're buying up our farmland at extreme costs, and I know the government loves this because there's big tax implications there for us, but it's really hurting the local farmers. I mean, how can you pay over $200,000 an acre and farm it and make a living? You just can't. Does not make economical sense. It's just outrageous. Like, who can afford that other than these billionaires that are out of country and buying up all our land? It's not right. And hopefully they're limited to, or not, they don't have access to this money, but I don't know how you can change that. Like, you know, but it should be done somehow because, and the other thing is a lot of these wineries are growing products that might pay more, but they don't do well in our country or higher up or whatever. And we need to stop that from happening. We don't need to be paying people to replant the same varieties that are going to fail. And I think you know that. The other thing is, it'd be great if the replant program would pay for taking them grapes or what, yeah, especially grapes, because I hate grapes. Wineries, sorry. But it would be great if we could replant this land back into vegetables, because that's what's needed. Vegetables are food. We need food. And when you drive through Oliver now, just for an example, 90% of the vegetable land is gone. Like, you hardly see any anymore. And the nice thing about vegetables, they don't freeze over winter. You know? It's a great, and you know, even Director Roberts, if he wanted to pull out his orchard, he could lease out his 3 acres instantly to people who want to grow vegetables, because there's no vegetable land around anymore. So just a point. Thank you for letting me vent.
So is there any thought with this programming to hardier, more sustainable species?
That is absolutely the intent of the program. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, we cannot dictate to people like what they do plant. And certainly, if I can say, like that's one of the biggest mantras I could say of the business risk management program, is to not mask what natural business forces are telling somebody. So if someone's planted a vineyard down in a big frost pocket that's just going to die year after year, our program should not be limping that along. It's trying to find that balance of helping people to something better without encouraging poor business decisions.
Thank you. Director Coyne.
George stole my thunder on that one. That was exactly my question was, are we going to keep growing wine grapes where we should be growing vegetables or apples or whatever? And I hate to see government money go into very poor business plans. So anyways, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, if it helps, one of the things being considered for this program is that movement between crops. So some programs in the past have been like for like, but we have thrown it out to industries that maybe people, yeah, you're right. It was a boom for a bit with grapes. They rushed into putting grapes into all sorts of different lands. Lessons learned, that whether there's that flexibility. And so it is being discussed of whether maybe people can pull out grapes and go back into apples or vice versa. But these are being discussed as part of the program design. Yes.
Thank you.
So interesting. I just did a quick tally on your numbers that you had there in your first slide, and I didn't look at the Similkameen, and it's not as extreme there, but in the Okanagan Valley, first column, two-thirds of the acres are grape, and everything else combined, apples, cherries, peach, other, is now 1/3. So that's a pretty significant shift, and perhaps the ministry would look at that at this juncture in time.
Yeah, and that's part of the discussions, like I said, that movement between crops of maybe encouraging people back the other way.
Thank you. Follow-up question, Director Bush.
Yeah, so I've had complaints from growers about environmental farm plan costs. And I have no idea. I don't even know what they cost, but I'm told that it's like a couple $1,000s per packing facility, whatever, and then so much per farm, I guess. But is there a breakdown of what we're collecting and what we're spending on farm? Because there's a lot of guessing out there that, you know, the farmers are paying too much and not getting results for what they're paying.
I don't have all the numbers on me right now of the program, but those are definitely easy numbers to grab because they do summaries every year with the program. But what I can speak to is there should not be a cost to doing the environmental farm plan program. The planners are paid by the program, not the farmer. So it is supposed to be a free program for producers to participate in it. So I'm not sure why someone's getting charged for it. I'm wondering if maybe they're talking about one of the beneficial management practices, how those are a cost share funding, that there is sometimes different projects. Just trying to think, like maybe someone's improving a riparian area on their farm. They've got a stream going through it and they want to improve it. Sometimes there's a requirement to have a consultant provide a report on that as to the best approach as to how to implement that project. But there's going to be funding that helps pay for that report as well as the implementation of the project. So maybe that's where the person was talking about, that they had to put some money forward on some of this stuff, but the actual environmental farm plan should be free. Yeah.
Sorry, can I expand on that?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's my unit that trains all the planning advisors and all that, and they're 100% free. So anyone telling you that environmental farm plan costs anything, that person's getting, you know, they're double dipping essentially, which I would love to know that advisor's name so we can can them. But yeah, no, like the history of the environmental farm plan, the beneficial management practice program funding, we used to have cost shares 15, 20, 30%. Now the minimum across the board is 50, as Lindsay was saying earlier, and it goes up to about 75. The limit only a couple of years ago used to be 70,000 total lifetime funding for our farm. Then that amount was completely forgiven, and then total funding was refreshed up to 100,000. Now it's up to 200,000. Like there is a lot of funding available. It's like I understand that there is going to be cost for growers and for producers. However, I'm sure as local government you can appreciate if you just have free money out there that anyone and everyone is going to start applying for it. So there's that requirement for skin in the game, right? That they're going to implement something or do a project or hire a consultant that is actually going to work for them. They're not just applying because they can.
Thank you. All right. One last question, and then I think we probably should get going on the next agenda item. Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. Going back to a smaller vineyard, I did get a question from a vintner that they had planted their grapes had just coming to maturity, and then they got that first frost that took everything out, and then they had to replace it because again, where the vines were. But then when they came out and they had the money that came out this year, they can't deal with it because it's supposed to be, and this is what they were stating, that they had to kind of project in regards to what they made from their crop last year when they lost their crop last year. And so they figured, well, there's no way I'm going to be able to deal with that replant program.
Don't replant.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure that there's a question in there.
Well, I was just wondering whether or not if that's something like, they have to look at the numbers from the previous year. And we had 2 years in a row where, some people have got hit twice.
So we're talking about the challenges of the risk management.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this sounds like the business risk management program with production insurance, because it is based on averages with yields and stuff.
Okay.
So I'm gonna guess I'll leave that one, because that's really case by case basis. I'd have to look at that.
Okay. Do you have one last question from Mr. Van Alpen?
Through the chair, just quickly, an acquaintance that I know has a large vineyard, beautiful vineyard, went to a meeting, I think in Oliver, Grape Brewers Association. The question was asked at that meeting, how many people, this is after the cold snap, how many people had insurance? About 50% maybe put their hands up and the rest were not insured. He is. So, you know, you got these guys doing their due diligence, buying insurance, and then you have the ones that are fly by the seat of your pants, so to speak, and they're gonna have their hand out. I don't know, how do you deal with that?
That is definitely on our radar and part of when we're discussing with the designs of these programs. Absolutely. Like I said, we don't want to create a program that undermines another program that is there long-term to support producers.
Okay, I would like to thank Ms. Hainstock and Mr. Turek. Really interesting presentation. It's about an industry that's really important to our part of the world. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Well, like I said, thank you for the opportunity. It's great that these conversations are happening.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move forward now with item D. So we're going to go into closed session. I'll read the script here. Recommendation that in accordance with section 91K and 92B of the community charter, the board close the meeting to the public on the basis of a part of a council meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered relates to or is one or more of the following: negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that, in the view of the council, could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. And the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the municipality and a provincial government or the federal government or both, or between a provincial government or the federal government or both, and a third party. So if someone would care to make that, thank you. Second, all those in favor? Carried. Okay, we're ready to go. I'll look to the CAO, I guess, for introduction of the proposed amendments to organics, fees, and charges bylaw.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this report is to reduce the subsidization of the commercial and agricultural communities and to adjust the cost for organic management to be in line with the actual cost. Recommended motion is that the board amend the fees and charges bylaw as attached to the Senior Management Solid Waste Report dated May 9th, 2024. And the highlights is a summary of the proposed limit of free agricultural waste to the first 500 kilograms per day, elimination of the first 500 kilograms free for commercial organic waste, and increase in organic waste fees from $60 per ton to $75. Mr. Reader is here to answer your questions.
Okay, do we have any questions, comments? We've received a brief. I gather there isn't a presentation. Mr. Reader, did you want to make any comments?
No, it's just fairly straightforward. I mean, we are working with the Ministry of Agriculture to help them to see what we can do in terms of composting some of their wastes that they need. But that'd be something separate from this. And we're looking at really just trying to protect our waste management services, really the impetus behind these changes.
Okay, so I guess I've got a question. I mean, we just had a presentation and we heard that there's going to be some greater disposal of vines and trees, et cetera. And then we're going to reduce the amount of free stuff that they're going to put in our landfill. If I got that right?
Correct. So the reason there is that if we don't put some sort of restrictions onto it, we could find ourselves in financial trouble. So what we would instead work with them on is that if we do have an excess capacity in our composting, that they would pay for that usage And then we could, in fact, part of the deal might be that we might give the compost back to them for free. So that might be something that we could look at as a future approach to this, but we would need to create a deal with the Ministry of Agriculture to move forward. But the purpose of this was really just to protect ourselves, because we're seeing huge increases in materials that are coming to the landfill. And a lot of these are not the small mom and pop operations. These are the large wineries.
Just want to make sure I had that right. Any other comments or questions? Director Conans.
What about, through the chair, what about dumping or illegal dumping? Will that, at some point, will that start occurring?
We're actually currently funding, so this is a separate program. And so the legal dumping program, we actually are currently funding volunteers to do cleanups. There's an example of one that we're doing this weekend. I think there's about 90 tons of material that were being removed from the Okanagan Falls area.
Oh, great to hear that. But that's really great to hear that. I didn't know that. That's super. My question was, if we start charging for this in the report, at what point does there start being, in your mind, would there start being illegal dumping out in the bush of these materials?
Mr. Reader?
So this doesn't limit our residential materials. So this is, I would assume that the materials that may end up in the bush would be from the residents, not necessarily from the farmers. And what we have still provided in this proposed change is still a subsidy, but limiting that subsidy to 500 kilograms per day, which is basically a large truckload.
Thank you. And Director Bush.
Yeah, so from the farmer's perspective, I don't have a problem with this because they have all other alternatives. They can either burn it or they can mulch it up, whatever. So I don't have a problem with this. You know, if they need to take it to the dump, then they pay the fees. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Somebody want to move it? Moved, seconded. Any further conversation? Any further questions? No. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Taylor. We'll move straight back into or reconvene the Corporate Services Committee meeting. And I think due to the timing here, we're going to just go straight into the closed session. We'll move B1 to after that if there's time. It's not imperative, that one, but I could read this, that in accordance with section 91D.
The issues that were scheduled for in camera for corporate, the CAO dealt with in the
Okay, so we don't even have to go there?
Fine, yeah.
Beautiful. That speeds it up. So let's just do B1 then.
So perhaps we could clean up corporate though and just, you're in it again, and then we'll just get rid of it.
So you want me to go in
Sorry,
camera?
sorry. No, my apologies. No, you're fine.
Okay.
I'm getting confused with these. You're back into the business licensing? Okay.
I think we're done with business licensing unless you got more. Go ahead. CAO.
I'm sorry to say that we're about halfway through.
Okay, let's go.
So if we can just get the PowerPoint back up. Yes. Oh.
Can I ask the question, if we're going to have another workshop on this, keep it to the real important things and then give us time to think and ask questions so we're prepared for the workshop when it comes. This isn't the time to air our grievances. let's do the back and forth at the workshop. Just listen and learn right now is what we should be trying to do.
So we're not going to ask your decisions. We're just going to state, these are the decisions that you will make at the next.
That you need to know from us.
Yes. Okay. And you all have the PowerPoint presentation as it is. So.
Yep. Clicker.
Thank you. Okay, let's go find where I'm at. Is this, whoop.
Where are we?
Okay.
There.
So this is where we left off. We're not going to ask you to make the decision, but one of the recommendations is at some point to delegate this to the Chief Administrative Officer, which is part of the current policy, who then would delegate it to the appropriate senior manager of the department. The next section is classes, and this is staff. Christy or Candace, if you can take a look at this. One of the things that you're going to have to determine, and this is something that, again, goes next meeting. If you do business licenses, there's different options that you have, and these are the options that you go for. Candace?
Oh, I broke it.
Not cooperating.
There we go.
There we are.
So I've listed a few examples of business license classes over the next few short slides. I'll keep it quick and brief. To make it simple, an area could choose a short-term rental that covers all short-term rentals. Or there's also a chance to go into more depth if that area chooses. Similar to the city of Penticton, you'll see the short-term rental, minor, major. Those are options that you can look at down the road. And more accommodation options, residential, commercial, if applicable, that's a more in-depth version if you choose to do that route down the road. Another simpler approach for an area could be the rural business license that would encompass all retail, food, beverage, agricultural, healthcare, trades. This could be in place of setting up separate business classes for each category of business, which would make it a more simpler version if that area decides to do more than short-term rental business licenses. In place of rural business license, you could also implement more detail, a separate license for each class of business as listed there, as a lot of municipalities do, if that's the depth that the area wants to go into down the road as well. More administrative, but more in detail. Another option to consider too, if you do more than short-term business licenses, is the intercommunity business license, which is a license where they conduct work in other Okanagan areas throughout the Okanagan, but they live in one area. And that's always implemented by a bylaw, and most municipalities and regional districts have that one in place. And it's also a DIVA seasonal business license, which it operates 6 months or less in the calendar year. And there's a couple examples there of that situation. And these are all options if you decide to do more than short-term rental business licenses in your area. And things to look at. The ends, it's options are endless. I just don't want to go in forever, but that's ideas that you have to look at. Fees for them, you'll have to consider annual fees, transfer fees, change of address or ownership, late fees, and due dates or other things that I'll have to implement with these licenses. And just things to consider when we look at those.
Okay, just to provide a brief reminder to the board, the authority to require business licenses by regional districts is one of several recent legislative changes that were introduced by Bill 35, Short-Term Rental Accommodations Act. And while staff do recognize that the board has an existing project listed on the Gantt chart as one of its strategic priorities dealing with a vacation rental review, we do think there is some merit to considering some of the land use issues associated with vacation rentals at this time in conjunction with business licensing to ensure that these two different bylaws, these two regulatory tools are working in conjunction, not at odds with each other. So in that light, we have provided a few options here and some discussion of the pros and cons of some of these options for the board's preliminary consideration. So obviously the first option is the status quo for the Okanagan electoral areas. That includes the vacation rental policies that are listed in the official community plans. Of note, though, there are several electoral areas that do not have vacation rental policies, G and H being two examples. And there is very little history of issuing temporary use permits in these areas for vacation rental uses. So under the status quo, that option could be extended to these areas if desired. And for the Okanagan electoral areas, that would be business as usual, issuing of temporary use permits. As an alternative, it is possible to allow short-term rentals by zoning. And if this option were pursued, this would require revision of all of the electoral area official community plans that this would apply to. Staff think as a preliminary option that this would be allowed as a permitted use in all residential zones, and essentially it would be treated similarly to existing allowances for bed and breakfast uses. And in that light, we think that under this option, consolidating some of these very similar uses into a single use class that would use the same language as the new provincial legislation would be the preferred approach. And we do recognize that there may be some opportunity to combine some of these regulatory tools or to pursue some third option entirely, which I'll get to at the end of my slides. So just quickly going over some of the pros and cons that we see at an initial look at these options. Our existing OCP policies do allow for vacation rentals subject to very specific conditions being satisfied. So these are listed in these temporary use policies in the OCPs and include items such as confirming provision of adequate water and sewer, health and safety inspection, providing operator contact information for the local resident or property manager, and ensuring that items such as parking, screening, community benefit are being addressed. If TUPs are continued, this would allow for discretionary board approval. So temporary use permit applications would be brought to the board for their consideration. And this would include statutory requirements for public notification before the board considers the applications. Historically, the scheme that we've had in place relies on conditional approval. So that's the 1-year policy, giving operators a trial run to determine if there is fit with the neighborhood or if there are significant enforcement concerns. And assuming that trial run is successful, there is the option for a 3-year renewal after that point. So some considerations with this process. Staff do feel that this TUP process can become arduous for applicants as well as staff and the public. And recognizing that this can also become arduous for the board as well. These discretionary approvals can become adversarial at times, and we have seen some inconsistencies in the approach. Additionally, we feel that some of the requirements for the temporary use permits are somewhat unclear. Septic reporting is one that I think has been noted several times. We have seen a variety of forms of documentation to prove adequate septic systems. We feel that these policies may no longer reflect the board's priorities or position on vacation rentals. And we do feel that with some of the new provincial legislation that's coming online, that there may be some emergence of similar uses and that there may be merit in consolidating these use classes so that there's no incentive to pursue unconventional bed and breakfast or boutique campgrounds in other types of structures or in other types of parcels than were previously contemplated. So moving to the second option, allowing short-term rentals by zoning. In that case, this would remove the need for temporary use permit applications for applicants. Instead, they would be relying on business licensing to confirm some of the requirements that were previously dealt with by temporary use permits. This would include providing operator contact info, health and safety inspections, and so on. And we do think that this is a potential opportunity to streamline the process somewhat. While many of these requirements could be carried forward, it would need to be specified by the board and included in the business licensing bylaw. One thing to note as well, one of the other legislative changes was a removal of non-conforming rights for vacation rentals. So if the board does want to initiate a pilot or a trial of a zoning-based scheme, these regulations could always be tightened in the future without granting non-conforming or grandfathering status to these uses. Historically, this was one of the primary concerns that led to the preference of the temporary use permit over zoning. Some things to consider if a zoning-based approach is preferred. Should there be any restrictions placed on short-term rentals, this could include a maximum cap per community, a maximum proximity to other short-term rentals in a neighborhood, and so on and so forth. One thing to consider with a zoning-based approach is it would not allow for ad hoc public input on each submission. That consultation would need to take place at the point that bylaws were adopted, both at business licensing and at zoning. We do feel that if this approach is pursued, that there is a need to consider similar uses due to our concerns that there may be incentives to start pursuing some unconventional short-term rentals. There still would be the option to allow for temporary use permits, but in this scenario, it would be primarily for operations that don't fit within the zoning scheme or business licensing. Just something for the board to be aware of. There is always the right for property owners to submit a temporary use permit application for a proposal that doesn't comply with the zoning bylaw. So the third option, we put together a very preliminary idea, something that might be an alternative to the status quo or to a zoning-based scheme. Essentially, this is a very streamlined temporary use permit. It could be called a short-term rental permit, but it still would be implemented essentially under temporary use permit authority under the Local Government Act. Some aspects that this could address to streamline the process somewhat is delegating issuance of the permits to staff based on predetermined criteria. There could be some exploration of notification requirements. The legislation does require a minimum notification to adjacent property owners, which in general is going to include abutting parcels as well as those on the other side of the street. The board could explore a requirement to receive representations on these applications. There is no statutory requirement for the board to hear from concerned property owners, although that might be a reasonable expectation if we are providing notice. And if we do want to streamline the issuance criteria, this would require a review of the existing official community plan policies. And in the case of Area H or Area G, if this is an option of interest, it would require introducing new official community plan policies.
Okay, so I was tasked with trying to figure out how many vacation rentals are in each electoral area. So just due to time, I cross-referenced with our electoral area boundaries and removed the municipalities. And we counted them up, and I apologize for the small text, but yep, sorry.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, we've seen these slides a few times, so I'm kind of thinking ahead, but so you're getting this information from Air DNA sites, correct?
Yep.
How many actually have current TUPs? How many are legal?
Yeah, well, I'd have to research that. That's another project, but I could figure that out. I don't know if Ben would have an answer to that.
Not off.
So, sorry, maybe clarity. I'm looking for how many has this board approved in those areas? Do we know that number?
I don't have that information offhand here today, but we do list all of our issued temporary use permits on our website, so I could provide that information.
Okay.
So, sorry. So continue on. So that these numbers were taken mid-April. Within 2 weeks, we had a request to recount for Area A, and they increased by 30%. We have some trend graphs that would suggest they double in summer months. So as of April 15th, we were just shy of 900. We could reasonably expect somewhere around 15 to 1700 in the summer, potentially, but we'd have to do a more in-depth study on it. It was a pretty quick turnaround on getting this. So AirDNA pulls from all the major hosting sites to provide this data. Also, in speaking with the city of Penticton, when you do implement, let's say, a business license program, and if you do put health and safety checks on that, it's often the building official that would go out and do those checks. If they notice unlawful construction, they are obligated to enforce on that for the most part. So it does increase the staff time for the building officials. And they estimated, the city of Penticton estimated about 20% of a building official staff time could be tied up with some of these projects. So enforcement takes a long time, of course, and a lot of letters. And if they continue to be defiant, then we have to escalate into other avenues of enforcement. So I'll leave it at that.
The next. So the next one that doesn't, is the decision parts of it. So that's something that doesn't really have to be at this meeting today, but at the next meeting, it will be all consolidated and just the questions, answers, and try to make it as short as possible. And going back to that 20% for building officials in that rate that I gave back to you with the 300 to 350, that includes 20% of the building officials' time. So that's assuming that it'll be consistent with Penticton's numbers.
Okay. Director Bush.
Yeah, so if we have 900 plus short-term rentals at 350, that's $315,000. It seems like a lot for a cost. I mean, that's quite a few employees.
Go ahead, CEO.
So the first that number that I just gave you, that is a worst case scenario. I don't want to come back to you at the end, at year end, and you've got the auditors coming in this year in a few minutes and say, I'm sorry, we lost money. So it will be adjusted as we see fit, as we are not allowed to make money, but the very first time you're doing something like this, you're allowed to just look at, originally I just joked that it's at 10,000 foot level. Once we get down to ground level, it will be more accurate, but we will more than likely need at least one new bylaw officer, and maybe more. When you're talking about all of those numbers that are short-term rentals, there's going to be a lot of complaints, and we would have the obligation to check them out. So I can see that number dropping. It is in between Penticton's rate. So Penticton starts just over 200 and ends at 700. So like I said, between 3 and 350 to begin with.
Okay.
But I commit to that. It will, after we see that what the actual number will be, which would be after at least 1 year, it may drop, but I want to start at a realistic number.
Okay, well, I think that's a lot to digest, and we're going to have to make some decisions in the future on this, but we're almost out of time here, so I'm going to suggest we take this into consideration and be prepared with a bunch of questions at the workshop on these specific topics. Trying to focus on your individual area and the direction you want to go with it, because the option is there for it to be for your own area, to tailor it to fit your own area. So have some thoughts and questions with that when we get to the workshop. Did I see a quick question, Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about timelines for that workshop. Seems like staff have been able to do their research and get ready to face our questions today. So maybe we could have that workshop soon. Sorry, a lot of feedback.
Yeah, I think they're going to probably try to choose some dates here and shoot us out a doodle poll or something to that effect.
There'll be a poll coming out.
Yes. So we'll expect that pretty quick. Okay, motion to adjourn this. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. We've got 1 minute before we start with the regular board meeting. So as soon as that clock clicks over. And there we go. We're at 2:15. Do we still have a quorum? Oh, yeah. I think we've got enough. 5, 6. No, that includes.
A little low.
We do have enough for a quorum, so we'll get everybody back to their seats and get started here. I'm going to call the board meeting to order and ask if there's anything that anybody wants to remove off the consent agenda. Now's the time to do that. Not seeing any hands on that. We do have a proposed agenda in front of us, but it's going to be amended to move D1, which I believe is, just for my memory's sake here, the audited financial statements is going to be directly in front of B because of timing for them. So we'll change that around. Otherwise, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion there. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to item D1, which is our finance auditing financial statements. I'll go to the CAO.
Thank you. So every year, just like any other local government, we're required to have an independent CPA firm give you a audit recommendation, and I'll let our brand new CFO, who is not new to the organization, take over.
Thank you. So once again, BDO Canada has conducted their annual audit of the RDOS, and we have BDO partner Sinead Scanlon online with us to present the financial statements and discuss any of their findings. So I will turn it over to Sinead.
Okay, I see she's online. Can you hear us, Sinead? We're not hearing you. Oh no. What do we have going on here? Adam, try it again.
Can you hear me now?
We can. It's getting better.
You can? Okay, perfectly. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I realize that I'm on screen with you right now, but speaking through my cell phone. We do what we need to do in order to make some of these things work. So if it looks a little unusual, that's why. But I can see CFO on screen. I can see the chair on screen. So if there's any connection issues as we're going through, please raise your hand and I'll stop and we can reconnect. Thank you, Ms. Evans McEwen, Noel and CEO Mr. Zafino. As they mentioned, I'm here this afternoon for a short presentation, which is now the conclusion of the audited process for Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen for December 31st, 2023. As we're here on May 9th, I would just ask everybody to remember that we are reporting as of December 31st. So if some significant transactions have happened since that point, then they're not reflected here in the December year-end results. So as the CFO mentioned, what I'm going to do is spend a couple of minutes just talking about the audit process itself. I would have delivered a report to you a couple of months ago when we finished the audit planning for the year and laid out to you what I thought some of the risks might be. This is the second part and the final part of the audit communication process to the board, where I communicate to you what the findings have been now that the audit is complete. So this is a 25-page document that you have in front of you here, but I propose that there's about 5 or 6 pages that I think are key for the board to be aware of. So what I'd like to do now is just propose that for whoever is in charge of the screen, that we go straight to page number 4, which talks about the audit at a glance. Thank you so much, whoever's extending the slides. I do appreciate that. So audit at a glance, there's 3 things that I think are really important for me as your external auditor to just communicate right up front with the board. The first is that for December 31st, 2023, the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen has a clean audit opinion for their year end. This is clearly something that the finance team at RDOS is striving for every year, and that has been accomplished for the current fiscal year. The second out of the 3 things that I think are really important to communicate is that there are no independence issues, no conflicts of interest between our team at BDO and the finance team at RDOS that you should be aware of as board members. And the third thing is that there were no instances of actual or alleged fraud that we as your external auditor should be making you aware of. So those are the 3 key items from an external audit perspective. What I'd like to do now is maybe go to the next screen, which talks about the status of the audit process. As I mentioned, we break up our audit process into 2 parts: the audit and the audit planning, which we are able to do in October, November time, and then we come back in March to start the year-end process. And when I say it takes a couple of months in order to be able to do the year end, we actually got some of our information from some external parties as recently as yesterday. So there is a huge collaboration that is involved in getting the pieces from all of the external auditors that are reporting into us, because we're preparing and delivering to you the consolidated results of the regional district. This certainly doesn't happen without a huge effort on the part of the CFO and the finance team that you have at the RDOS to make sure that that happens. Every year is a challenging process from an audit perspective. I don't think anybody would disagree with that if they're involved in the audit process or have been involved in a finance team. This year, for the 2023 year end, I would say that it was more challenging and more complex for a couple of key areas and reasons that I'll get into in a moment. For the status of the audit, we receive a couple of final signed documents from Mr. Zavino, CEO, and the CFO today. And then the final process is approval of these financial statements, presumably after I wrap up my presentation. So that is the final piece that we're waiting on to close off the year end for this 2023 fiscal. The next page looks at some of the audit findings that we had for the year and include 2 of the areas that I think added some additional complexity for the finance team at RDOS this year. You'll note that there are a number of findings here, and a number of them you would have seen before, because these are recurring mandatory procedures that we need to audit, not just for RDOS, not just for municipalities, but this is for all audit organizations that we work with that have revenues and that have key finance people. We look at risks of management override. We look at areas for potential fraud or manipulation when it comes to revenue recognition. But those are not new items. Those are standard items that we review every year. What is key and unique for this year are two fairly significant areas, and the first one is the adoption of an accounting standard called asset retirement obligations. What that involves is every municipality, every regional district, if they had a December 31st, 2023 year end, this is the first year of this adoption of this accounting standard. What it involves essentially is for every organization who adopts these public sector accounting standards is to review their assets, review their liabilities, review where any potential obligations might be in existence that the RDOS hasn't considered prior. And the former, because this is a new standard in the current year, what this forces organizations to do is look at quantifying what some of the future obligations might be to retire some assets. And a great example is something like asbestos if you have in a building. In the past, before this year end, all you had to do was deal with it when it came up. Now, what this new standard is forcing organizations to do is look at what the potential liability might be in the future and book that as a liability at the moment. So, for example, there was asset retirement obligations that were identified for RDOS. So what happens essentially is we're adding that as a liability on your balance sheet, but we're also adding it onto your asset value as well. So it impacts twice on your balance sheet. That was a complex process. That was the first year that had to be done. And so this can be updated every year, so it's certainly not as cumbersome going forward. But of course, for every year when it's the first time you're looking at it, it will be a time-consuming exercise. The second one, out of the key areas in the current year that added some more complexity, was the restructuring transaction. That's the technical term for it, but the assumption of those assets and liabilities for Okanagan Falls Irrigation District. And so because that happened prior to your fiscal year end, we did have to add on those assets, those liabilities onto the balance sheet of RDOS for the current fiscal year. So again, another transaction that won't be applicable for future years, but it certainly was impactful for the current year. The next page looks at and summarizes what we refer to as internal control matters. Now, internal control matters are key areas that we look at in the finance operation in all of the approvals that are in place for various different items throughout the year. And we look to see if you tell us that there are X, Y, and Z approvals in place or authorizations or controls in place, we test those if they pertain to the audited financial statements. And so we assess and we report back to the members of the board if we find any significant deficiencies in that internal control environment. And for those members who I presented to you before, this time last year, we did have a number of what we call management letter items that we wanted to report to the board. Those were handled very well by management in the current year. And as a result of that, we don't have any significant deficiencies or deficiencies at all that we'd like to note for management at the end of the audit this year. So in addition to a clean audit opinion, it's a clean management letter that we're happy to be able to issue for the current fiscal year. The next page looks at, so this is one of our final slides here. It looks at what we refer to as adjusted and unadjusted differences. And I'd like to take a moment just to talk about those. Adjusted differences are any amounts or any transactions that we get from management after the start of the audit has happened. So we get the trial balance and general ledger from the finance team in order to be able to do our audit work. Now, if any transactions happen that are significant, or say if a large invoice comes through that is material to the audit, we will adjust those so that the version of the financial statements that you're looking at today are inclusive of all of those significant items. And so those are adjusted differences. So we did have some as we moved through the audit over the last couple of months. Unadjusted differences are any items that we don't consider material But we do want to mention those and we do want to discuss those with management. We have discussed those with management and we're not proposing any further adjustments at this time. Everything that we feel as though is necessary in order to factor into materially correct financial statements has now been completed. The final slide I'd like to look at is the next one. And it's other required communications. And this is just to inform the board that this isn't a standalone process that we have between the BDO team and the RDOS finance team. We end up having to communicate with a lot of external parties, such as all of your legal representatives that you've been using significantly throughout the year. I also alluded to the fact that we rely on the results of other external auditors as part of this process. And so we received their information over the last couple of days as well that allowed us to make sure that our disclosures and our adjustments were appropriately and materially correct in the statements that are in front of you for approval today. So that concludes my presentation on the audit process, but I'm happy to take any comments or any questions from the chair or from the floor.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'll see if there's any questions from anybody. I think it's good that we're having a clear, clean audit this year. It's a refreshing change from last, but go ahead, Director Taylor.
Can I just ask, I think in the past you've sort of flagged that we didn't have segregation of our CAO and CFO, but during the course of this fiscal year, we changed that, but I don't see any comment of that here.
She had mentioned that last year's management letter, those issues have been dealt with, is my understanding, but I'll let her answer that on her own. I think we lost her. There she is.
No, I'm still here. Yeah. Yes, that is correct. I think that came from Councillor Taylor, so I just like to respond. Our management letter that we issued last year, as the chair had mentioned, did include a number of items where segregation of duties was an issue that we recommended further separation. And so those have been addressed during the current year, which is why we don't have a management letter to report on this year, is because we've acknowledged that those items have been rectified.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions? Director Roberts.
Thank you through the chair. To follow up on that question, is when and if something comes up in a management letter in the future, what is the process? Is that something that becomes, it's an internal document as far as I understood, but is there a time that it comes before the board?
Sinead?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding your question correctly, every year as part of our audit process, we look at these controls and approvals and separation of responsibilities on an annual basis. And so if we were to find, say, next year when we're doing our audit, that we found that there was maybe some bleeding of that segregation and that one person was now becoming responsible instead of where there was two, then that would be back on a management letter that I would be reporting to you at this meeting.
Okay. Director Taylor?
So then I'd just ask, who is the management letter directed to? And does the board, should the board expect to receive that management letter, or is that a staff document?
Every organization tends to do that a little bit differently, but I find in the public sector, a lot of regional districts, a lot of cities will ask for a copy of what we refer to as the management letter. So it is directed either to the CFO and typically to the CAO. And then it's depending on the communication and the level of transparency that exists between the CAO and the relationship with the board. Often, very often in the public sector, the CAO will wish for the management letter to be shared with the board. But as our responsibility as external auditors is only to communicate back to you when there's a significant deficiency where we think the regional district would be at financial risk for maybe some segregation of duty responsibilities if it didn't include the CAO or the CFO, we would just title those and address that directly to management. If it's significant, we have to bring it up at this forum here with the board members.
So she would present it to us like at today's meeting in the future. Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any hands. I do believe there is a motion that we need to approve with this. Someone prepared to move that motion? Moved and seconded, thank you. Any discussion on that?
Can I add a?
Go ahead, CAO.
May I add to the motion in that, because my philosophy is always, management letter always goes to council and or board, in that I can't guarantee that in the future years. So also add, and that all management letters in the future be directed to the board at the time of the audit is being authorized.
Okay, that makes sense. That's,
I'll second that.
is that an amendment, or how would we want to add that? I mean, someone want to, it's almost separate. Maybe we should do that as a separate motion. So we can make a second motion after this one to deal with that. Any questions still on the motion that's on the floor? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And someone want to move that recommendation there? Moved and seconded? Do we have that written down? So Christie's got it in the minutes? Perfect. We all know what we're voting on. Anybody disagree with that or have something to say about it? Seeing no hands, again, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for the presentation, and it's much appreciated, all your efforts on this. Thanks again. And thanks to our finance folks and CAO, who was a finance guy, for your efforts on this in the past and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you,
Moving
Chair.
on to item B1, official community plan in Area A, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. The application is seeking to amend the OCP and zoning designation on the subject property in order to allow for a two-lot subdivision. And the novel administrative recommendation is that the electoral area A official community amendment plan number 2905 2024 and the Okanagan Valley zoning amendment bylaw 2800.36 2024 be read a first and second time and proceed to public hearing, and that the board of directors consider the process as outlined in this report from the chief administrative officer dated March 9th, 2024 to be appropriate consultation for the purpose of section 475 of the Local Government Act, and that in accordance with section 477 of the Local Government Act, the board of directors has considered amendment bylaw 2905 2024 in conjunction with the financial and applicable waste management plan, and that the holding of a public hearing be scheduled for the Regional District Board meeting of May 23rd, 2024. And finally, that the staff give notice of the public hearing in accordance with the requirement of the Local Government Act. Staff's here to answer questions.
Okay. Just a quick question for Ms. Molden. Does this one motion, or is this needing to be two separate motions?
At this point, it's tied all in together in one motion. And there is no reason to split
Separate them?
this. No,
Okay, so we
there's
can
no
do it as
different
one?
voting. Yes.
So I'd ask someone to move this one for me. Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Director Taylor?
Sorry, I'm just wondering, so if there's going to be a public hearing, and this is done in a,
It's
the
here.
land is in a Soyuz, but the public meeting is going to be here. How do we decide where public meetings are held? I'm confused on this.
The public,
because I've had.
you're
a
meaning the public
meeting-
hearing?
Hearing in, and I was told, no, it's got to be in my area. And this is a long way from your area.
It's generally on, staff anticipate whether it's controversial or not, and judging from the public information meeting where nobody attended, it doesn't appear to be confrontational or controversial. So that's why it's here. If it was the other way, it would probably be back down there for for me to get yelled at. Yeah, so it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this is a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B2, another one in Area A, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. This application is also seeking to amend the zoning of the subject property in order to facilitate a two-lot subdivision. And as soon as I get this to word, and the administrative recommendation is that the electoral area A official community plan amendment bylaw 2905.06/2024 and the Okanagan Valley zoning amendment bylaw 2800.35/2024 be read a first and second time and proceed to public hearing, and that the board of directors consider the process as outlined in this report from the Chief Administrative Officer dated May 9th, 2024 to be appropriate consultation for the purpose of Section 475 of the Local Government Act, and that in accordance with Section 477 of the Local Government Act and the Board of Directors, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, has considered amendment bylaw 2905.06/2024 in conjunction with the financial and applicable waste management plans, and that holding of the public hearing be scheduled for the Regional District Board meeting of May 23rd, 2024, and that staff give notice of the public hearing in accordance with the requirement of the Local Government Act. And again, staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. And this is another one that I'd ask someone to move for me. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this one? Again, not seeing any hands. A rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B3, a zoning bylaw amendment in Area I, CAO.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is a site-specific amendment to eliminate the street parking requirements which are required for administrative and institutional, commercial, and residential uses on the property at 300 Stray Horse Road. And the recommended motion is that the Okanagan Valley zoning amendment bylaw 2800.34/2024 be read a third time and adopted. Staff's here to answer questions.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Director Monteith.
Thank you. I'll make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved. Is there a seconder for that? It's on the floor. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Not seeing any hands. Again, a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to Public Works. Item C1, curbside collection contract, CAO.
Thank you. This is something that the board asked us to bring back, and is to obtain authorization to execute a contract with Waste Connection Canada to provide curbside collection services. And the recommendation is that the Regional District of Okanagan enter into a curbside contract with Waste Connections Canada for $2,301,179 per annum for a 7-year term for the bi-weekly collection of refuse and recycling, weekly collection of food and yard waste, and the yearly large item pickup service for commencing July 1st, 2025. Staff is here to answer your questions and concerns. Is he?
Okay.
No, he's not.
No, he's not, but I think this one was somewhat controversial, if I remember right.
I'm ready.
Director,
I woke up.
Okay, Director Roberts, I'll go to you first if you have a question, but maybe we should wait until Mr. Reader gets here, just so that he's hearing. Is he on his way? Okay. We'll give him a half a minute.
I'm trying to do this. So we have true numbers. I know. That's why I'm saying it, because I already did my due diligence. I know what I want.
Okay, Director Roberts.
All right, thank you. Through the chair. First of all, I'd like to apologize to the board that due to a mistake made that I sent out, my alternate wasn't here for the previous board meeting. And of course, I found that this was very important to me. And so therefore, there was a few blood vessels burst and then went out onto made sure everybody knew my position on an email. First off, in regards to, I'm looking at something here where, especially when you're looking at it socioeconomically, I've got a poor area, and all of a sudden I'm going to be going up 110% if we follow the contract. And the contract in and of itself is an additional $10 million pre-existing. And I can't see any, in my mind's eye, in regards to what is being increased in regards to service and meeting the obligations of the contract. $10 million seems to be quite extensive. But it also within the previous report, staff had indicated in regards to what they believe to be costs that could be incurred with, of course, some growing pains and with some risks initially, but we're talking down in the $23 added versus 300 and plus, or up to 68. And again, I'm looking at put in a 20% error and go up to $100, you're still 2/3 less than what they're talking about. And I'm looking at in regards to my, fixed income person that's paying $100 more because we're upgrading a lot of what we're doing in our water system in Olalla, that now has to pay, altogether nearly one old age pensioner's check is being paid off in 2 fees. It's just, I personally, as I said in my email, I just can't fathom it. It's just so much. And so what I would like to do is, and I saw that it was in the alternatives down here in regards to deferring the recommendation to direct staff to hire a consultant to review the costs and benefits and risks to the in-house, because then we could have clarity. Are those costs that different, right? Like it behooves me not to be able to take to my constituents and say, no, I didn't do my due diligence. I just went, yeah, that's easy. We'll just pay the extra 10 million and, sorry. Where I see, if there was a possibility to see that much savings, and an example would be we're paying $150,000 less a year in regards to dealing with the landfill in Oliver due to taking that on. And again, it's not that we're here to want to take on all these things, but sometimes the costs are prohibitive in other ways, and we give more flexibility. Also, on top of it, I had a concern because of 7 years into a contract that there's no flexibility. If we do something in-house, we have the flexibility to move the ebb and flow of needs in our communities. And sometimes when you have a cost this large, you need to be able to take it to the community and say, hey, do you actually want curbside if you're going to have to pay 110% more? So I just couldn't fathom, and that was why I sent out that email. And again, apologizing that I wasn't personally at that meeting. And that's it for me.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I echo exactly what Director Roberts has said. We owe it to our constituents in the rural areas to see if we do have other options. I spent a lot of time at Silga talking to other directors from other communities, and they're also looking at doing this in their community. This is not new. To be able to do it in-house, we have flexibility, we have options. We all saw when Argo left, the concern was AIM going to get employees? They got the employees from Argo. So if we don't have the contract through Waste Connections, those employees are going to be looking for work. They're going to probably follow the work. So I'm not concerned about lack of employees. We will find those when the contract, if we did go that way. So I do support having another set of eyes, looking at it from another perspective, and making sure that we are able to do it and consider all the ramifications of doing it in-house, but saving the taxpayers money. I mean, it's a lot of money. I know it doesn't seem like a lot between the two, but it really is. When you live in a rural community and properties are large enough to almost bury the garbage versus hauling it to the dump, I think that increasing costs will, in the long run, hurt our communities more. So I support looking at it.
Okay. I see a hand from Director Knodel.
I echo thoughts, and to that end, I'd like to propose Amendment 2.
You're moving? Is that what I'm hearing? You're moving amendment 2?
Yeah, and I
Or
believe option 2. I believe that Mr. Zafino, CAO Zafino, some words on that. Did spend 4 hours trapped in the vehicle with me the other day, so we had quite a discussion on that. I see other people rolling their eyes. Yeah, it was an ordeal for him, trust me. But yeah, he has some comments to make on that, if you would, but I'll move option 2.
Okay, you're moving it. Is there a seconder for that? It's on the floor. I
Should
would-
go in camera.
Sorry for clarification here. Were we moving the option which is to pursue an in-house curbside collection, or the first one, which was to postpone the recommendation? I wasn't
He
clear.
said 2. The second one of those is what I'm understanding too.
Yes, that's correct.
So it would be the second portion of that, CAO? And
So first of all, he was trapped with me, so he got to hear my thoughts. As far what that recommendation would be is that the board would be looking at going wholly in for curbside collection, going in-house. So and that's something that the board may want to discuss in camera, because there would be staff consequences with that and some other information.
okay, I think that was where you were probably going, but Director
That
Bloomfield?
was exactly my point. Alternate number 1 is possible in an open meeting, but alternate number 2 should be in a closed meeting.
So with the motion on the floor then, is there someone prepared to move we go in camera for this discussion? Moved, seconded, thank you. Is there a section that we need to read out for this to go in camera? Ms. Malden, could you tell me what that would be under, please?
That would be under 91G. And I'm just looking for my notes here. I'll have to pull up the charter. So 91D, security of the property of the municipality, and 91. Yes, you've got that. 91K.
Okay.
And then I believe, sorry, also 92D.
Okay, several sections
Yes.
under which. We'll get to that as soon as we get in camera. So it's moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So can ask Adam to put us in camera. Up, we're back in open session. So we do have a motion on the floor. I'm going to ask Ms. Mulden to read it for us, and then we will call a question.
So the motion on the floor is that the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen pursue an in-house curbside collection service.
Okay. Should ask, is there any further discussion on this? Director Bush.
Well, I think we should vote this down, and just so that our constituents have more input on from a consultant of what things are going to cost.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Okay, those opposed? I need to read them out. Please, I'll start on the far side with Director Van Elfen, Director Taylor, Director Bloomfield, Director McCordoff, Director Conans, Johansson, Roberts, Fedrigo, Bush, Miller, Gilbert, Holmes, and Weeb. And Gettins. Sorry. You're getting used to just seeing the hand waving at me. I didn't vote on this one. But Director Roberts, go to you.
I'd like to
That's
make- I'd like-
defeated, just so everybody's clear.
I'd like to make a motion that we go with alternative number 1, which is have a consultant look at and provide us with the information within ASAP as possible, so that we have a clear picture of, the possibilities, and so that we don't draw any conclusions that don't have the appropriate information.
Okay, so it's option 1, seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on this? I'm going to, Director Gettens, I see a hand.
Yeah, Chair, I think we should put a date to this so we're all really clear on timelines.
I was just going to ask staff if they thought it could be done within a week. Can we have it ready for the next board meeting?
I will do my very best to do that. They've been promised me that they'll do it within a week. I'm going to hold them to it.
Okay. So we're expecting it by the following or the next meeting, which I think is the 23rd. Yes. Go ahead, Andrew.
Do you want me to see if I could get the consultant to attend the meeting?
If it's possible, it might probably be a good idea. I'm sure there'd be some questions that will probably come out of their report.
Okay.
All right. CAO, comment or?
Just, I'd like your permission that if it looks like we're going to be looking at in-house, just if it happens, to start proceeding, not making any specific financial decisions, but start looking at the prospect of vehicles, because that's the biggest issue that we have. So we do have the purchasing procurement officer starts Monday, and that could be their first assignment.
Is just check to see availability. I don't see that as too problematic as long as they're not spending a ton of time on it until we deal with this at the next meeting. Director Taylor?
Do we know what type of truck they'd be looking for?
Just have to look for availability. And I don't know for the first round whether we might be able to be too choosy. It would be my thought on a rental truck, but we'll see where it goes. Director Van Elfen?
Thank you through the chair, but just to comment on that, we may not have a choice of being choosy. We may have to go fully automated. It all depends on WorkSafe BC.
Not specifically. There's other companies that are doing it. So it just might cost you a ton. So we've got the motion on the floor. Oh, Director Knodel, a hand?
Just want to confirm the discussions with WCC for an extension will continue during this time?
My understanding is that's part of it, yes. Okay, and did I see a tentative hand from Coyne Senior?
Yes, because the consultant will need that information that Jim may or may not be able to get anyways as the availability of trucks. Because if there's no trucks available, that changes the whole game, right?
Yeah, it's good information to have, absolutely.
So that's why I suggest that we allow
All right.
CEO to proceed with that.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other hands. So we've got the motion on the floor. Everybody's aware of what we're voting on. This is a consultant to double check everything as far as the budget, proposed budget. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Gilbert? Looks like it. So at the moment that carries. Thank you, everybody, for that. That brings us back to C was where we were at. That finishes at finance is done. Legislative services. E, am I correct? 911 emergency loan. CAO.
Thank you. This one here is with regard to 911 emergency services loan authorization. The board when they adopted the budget also adopted the construction capital costs of a number of emergency towers, and it's going to require a borrowing bylaw. And the recommended motion in this case is that 911 emergency services loan authorization bylaw 3064/2024 being a bylaw to authorize the borrowing and in the amount of not to exceed $800,000 for the upgrade of the 911 emergency service system be read a first, second, and third time and be forwarded to the inspector of municipalities for approval, and that upon approval of the inspector participating area approval for bylaw 3064/2024 be obtained from the electorate through an alternate approval process in accordance with the Local Government Act, And the deadline for submitting the electoral response forms in relation to bylaw 3064 to the corporate officer is no later than 4:30 Friday, September 13th, 2024, and that the electoral response form attached to the report dated March 9th, 2024, to be approved for the bylaw 3064 alternate approval process, and the total number of eligible electorals to be the alternate approval process applies to 71,934, and that the number of responses required to prevent the bylaw to proceed without a referendum, 7,193.
Okay, thank you. And that was May, not March, but just minor correction. Someone prepared to move this? Moving it, a seconder? Thank you. It's on the floor. Discussion? I think, just for clarity, this is some work that's been done and work that's going to be done. Could you just confirm that, CAO?
This is work that's going to be done. It was in the budget under the capital 911.
So it's future works.
Future works, yes.
Okay. All right. Seeing no more hands, I'll call the question on a corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Invasive Species Management Service, CAO.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is to combine the noxious weed control and nuisance control service and the control of caterpillar, noxious, and destructive insect function into a single invasive species service. And the recommended motion is that bylaw 2065.03 being a bylaw to amend the noxious weed control service to include nuisance control and control of the caterpillar and noxious destructive insects, and to be renamed as invasive species, be read a first, second, and third time and forwarded to the ministry for approval.
Okay, someone prepared to move that? Moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion on this one? Director Coyne, Senior, go ahead.
So this is the money that we normally give to Oasis, is that correct? Or are we creating a whole new program of our own?
I think it's part of this money, but I'll let the CAO go ahead.
It is within the budget, but it has its own operating, and it's been four or five, I believe, five different services that are combining into one now. So it's the only thing is that I'm worried about is that we have to be careful. Just because the board passes it today doesn't mean that the province is gonna, by the time it goes to the province and the BC Assessment Authority, it may not be the one. It may be 5 until 2025 because
It may not make it in time for this year's tax.
Because we're not a
collection.
taxing authority, it may not make it for this year's tax. Just be aware.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further hands, again, corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. E3, Electoral H, Fire Prevention and Suppression Agreement, CAO.
Thank you. This is to seek board's direction on entering into an agreement with the town of Princeton for fire protection and suppression services for a portion of electoral area H, rural Princeton. And the recommended motion is that the board of directors enter into agreement with the town of Princeton to provide fire protection and suppression services for a portion of the electoral area H, rural Princeton, as defined in the RDOS Area H Fire Prevention and Suppression Service Establishment Bylaw number 1197 as amended from time to time.
I'll go to Director Coyne. Well, Senior, I'm assuming is moving it?
Yep. Just trying to get my mute button on.
It's moved, seconded. It's on the floor. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Not seeing any hands. Call the question again, corporate. All those in favor? Well, this one says rural. Is this one rural, or this seems to me this one should be corporate? Okay. It said one thing, but okay. Corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. E4, fees and charges, CAO.
Thank you. As stated, this is a fees and charges amendment, and the recommended motion is that bylaw 3050.01, 2024, a bylaw to amend the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen fees and charges bylaw to include changes to RDOS administration, landfills and parks and recreation fees be read a first, second, and third time and be adopted.
Okay, I think this one is from this morning's meeting or committee meeting, correct? Ms.
So
Mullen?
that's part of it. So the adjustments that Mr. Reader discussed this morning is a part of it. The other part of it is a little bit of housekeeping to amend some definitions. But as well, I know that Director Taylor had some questions on this. We're proposing to amend some of the wording in the Parks and Recs fee schedule, which gives authority for staff, and it's called staff, the discretion to adjust fees as they see fit. And we would like to tighten that down so that we put some parameters on there to enable the manager of the department, the senior manager of the department, or the CAO to be able to make discretionary decisions for a defined period of time, such as a pilot or a discount, a reduction to try to draw people to the services for a defined period of time. Now, the question was asked, why a defined period of time? And anytime staff go out and make a discretionary call in the public, they're subject significantly to interpretation or bias or pressure or that sort of thing. So anytime we embark on something like this, it should be for a defined period of time for a specific purpose. That's why I embedded the wording in there like that.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, so to the benefit of the board to understand, Caledon we have a Caledon Hotel in Caledon. Where movies have been filmed there. Aaron Pritchett filmed a music video for a lovely cost of $400 for the site for the day. And the community wanted to make sure that when we're using our facility and our park that we're maintaining locally, that fees are being charged appropriately to be able to use that space. So is that going to be captured in this, that staff would have that ability to negotiate properly when, the space is being used?
Ms. Malden?
So that's where we end up having interpretation and staff in a vulnerable position. That's why we have a fees and charges bylaw, to lay that out for people in a transparent and fair way. So if we enable staff to negotiate things like that, number one, what level of staff, and number two, for what defined period of time. It's I think right now to set parameters such as the high level manager and the CAO, and a defined period of time protects everybody, protects the public, the board, and staff.
Okay. You comfortable with that, Director Monteith? Director Taylor?
Yeah, I did ask for this because what we've got presently is at the discretion of the senior manager of community services or CAO, special reduced rates may be implemented on a short-term basis for promotional or trial purposes. And I understand and appreciate the challenges you're dealing with. But at the same time, I feel that in a small community, you don't always have the interior health facility that Karamias has got or Penticton have got, where you might have some of these services being delivered in the first place. So that's why I was looking for the ability of staff to use their discretion, period.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Someone prepared to move it? Moved, seconded. Thank you. Call the question. I believe this one is again corporate. So all those in favor, thank you. Any opposed? Director Monteith opposed. Motion carries. Down to business licensing. CAO. Is this premature or are we prepared to do this?
No, it's the first step of starting the business license process. This is one of the things that once the board approves this bylaw, the next step would start to do the finer details, the controls, the costs, and the zones, etc. But it starts off with this. Other municipalities have had this 40, 50, 60 years ago, and here we are. So to provide the board authority to regulate and license businesses in the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen. And the recommendation is that bylaw 3078/2024, a bylaw of the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen, to create a service to enable the RDOS to regulate and license businesses within the local areas, be read a first, second, and third time and be forwarded to the Minister of municipalities for approval. So this is required so that when you do decide for the short-term rentals business licenses, et cetera, we've got the ability to do business licenses and you have full control at that time, but you need this step.
Okay, just one question I think is going to be asked probably by a couple of people here is there's some of them that may not want to do this business licensing scheme. Will this tie them to that or not?
Okay.
So service establishment bylaw does not tie them to anything. It simply allows the regional district to have the conversation about the regulatory bylaws that were discussed this morning. So it's not forcing anybody into anything. We may find we never use that, in fact, but we have the authority, which we've never been able to have. As
until
the
this
CAO
year,
mentioned,
yes.
until this year, yeah.
Director Bush, you're moving it? Second it? Okay, it's on the floor. Any further discussion? Not seeing any hands. Again, this one is a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Verbal reports for CAO. Anything to report?
Just one, the board's going to have a new service that is going to be provided within the very near future. And next meeting, you're going to actually see a demonstration where whenever you as directors phone the senior managers for a specific request, there's going to be a tracking system now where you'll be able to go in the tracking system. It'll tell you what you asked for, who you asked to, and where it's at, if it's completed or not, so that you don't have to keep waiting to see where you're in the queue. And one other thing that you may find surprising is how many asks that there are. So that it's also going to track who was asked and also how much time it took. So that is coming to you in the next meeting. And it's an in-house program that I thought might be beneficial for some of the directors that are anxious when they want to have some information. They'll know how long it's going to take.
Okay, thanks for that. Moving down, other business chairs reports. I think the only thing I will mention is the SILGA was obviously last week. I believe all the motions that we put forward but one passed, and the one that didn't pass was the Board of Variance one. So all the others were approved at SILGA to go to UBCM, I believe, and we'll see how they turn out down there. Director's motions. Director Gettens had contacted me with one. Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I actually sent everybody an email this morning as well, and I was going to ask for support to have it voted on today, but I think it would be better just to do the notion or the motion. The notion, or the what? The motion of
notice of motion.
Thank you. And then have staff bring it back at the May 23rd meeting. So I'll read it out loud just as the notice. That notice be provided to property owners and tenants of land measured from the boundary of any subject property to a minimum of 100 meters, and that existing citizen notification tools remain, and that Voyant Alert is added as an additional and required notification tool for citizens. And this is to do with our development procedures bylaw. So if we could have that come back at the next meeting, I would greatly appreciate that.
Okay, I'm seeing a nodding head, I believe, there. So, all right, that's a notice of motion. Any other notices of motions? Okay. Board members' verbal updates. Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to give the board a quick update. Had a meeting with Minister Dix in Victoria on April 24th. The subject of the discussion was regarding the 40% funding portion expectation for regional hospital districts. We discussed our challenges meeting the 40% in consideration of the escalating capital costs that we're seeing, and that we had only funded 30% for 2024. I didn't get the impression the minister was aware of that, or perhaps he was aware and had forgotten it. I don't know. He is aware of the challenges, especially with regional hospital districts with smaller tax bases, which we are one of them. And he indicated there's a need for more evaluation. However, at this point, he wants to only continue to address the funding shortfalls on a one-off basis. The minister did ask for our financials in order to evaluate the financial constraints we have, with a possible outcome being the ministry will find budget to cover the $1.54 million shortfall to Interior Health. I have sent the requested financial information, and I did get confirmation this morning that information has been received, and I will continue to update the board as I hear more. So thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other board members' verbal updates? Oh, Director Holmes, go ahead.
Yeah, it was just good to see everybody who was at Silga. And I just wanted to thank the Penticton directors and the city of Penticton. As I think you may have all left before your basket name was drawn, but I was the lucky winner of the Penticton basket. So thank you all to that.
Well, good for you. Director Roberts.
Yes, thanks to the chair. Not only do we got good things coming in regards to our rodeo, I wanted to make sure I didn't forget about that, of course, coming up the May long weekend, which we're all anticipating. But I did want to bring up some sad news. We have an individual in Area G in our community that is and was very well known by local media, newsprint, the members of at least 3 members of parliament, 3 members of legislative, and keeping many of the Area G directors on their toes. And his name was Tom Ursherwood, and he just passed away last Tuesday. And I just thought, he made such an impact. I spent a lot of time with him as well. And I knew that Dan Albus would come down regularly and on Canada Day, bring him a flag, because he, as a citizen, participated. Whether or not you agreed with him or not, he was a part, and he put out what his thoughts and ideas were out to the public. I'm pretty sure that Director Miller had printed out a lot of different things over the years, and I just thought it was important to mention again the loss of Tom Ursherwood, a citizen that was really involved.
Thanks for that. Any other verbal updates? Seeing no more hands, don't believe we've got anything closed now to deal with. Nothing coming out of closed, so we're looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Huh, I thought I seen Director Weeb opposing that, but it was just a slow hand, so. Thanks, everybody.
I'll drive to Karamias, Jason.
Yeah. It must have just been a delay glitch because it came up after I'd asked. That was all.
Bye, everybody.